Good morning to everyone. I would like to welcome each and every one of the delegate members in the room. Welcome to this Ordinary General Assembly of Football Club Barcelona. I would like to inform you that in addition to the delegate members following us over streaming, present in the room are some senators, former presidents, the bylaw commissions, and also with us today is the club members Ombudsman, the one until the end of the previous season, as well as the new Ombudsman, the appointment of which shall be submitted for your ratification today. All those here at the auditorium with the right to vote will need to vote telematically, electronically, with the voting controls that have been given to you. I would also like to inform you of the presence of the Notary Public of the Notary Association of Catalonia, Mr. Joan Carlos Uller Fagaro, who will draw up the minutes and attest to the development of this assembly. Similarly, also with us is Mr. Albert Bontur y González, manager of the Catalan Football Federation. I would like to inform you that up to 5 minutes before 10:30, there were 561 delegate members registered, and I will let you know about the total number of delegate members while they register. According to Article 29.4 of the bylaws of our club, the management of this assembly is incumbent on the President, and the President has delegated this task to me. This assembly is once again an ordinary assembly held electronically, to which all delegate members wishing to do so can connect without the inconvenience of having to come to the auditorium. I would like to inform you that the system used to carry out this assembly is as established in Article 31 bis of the Catalan Sport Act, as well as pursuant to Article 312.5.2 of the Civil Code of Catalonia, in relation to ensuring identification of attendees, the continuity of communication, the possibility of intervening in deliberations, the content of statements at the time when they are in real time where vote is cast adequately. As in previous times, we are using electronic voting system based on the one-side democracy election system online, belonging to the company Minside of the Lubida Group, a company specialized and recognized in the sector. Moreover, in this assembly, an external company will be carrying out an audit of the voting system for electronic votes, as well as the in-person voting system through the controls that have been given to you. This management board has considered that there is a need to continue with the modernization and efficiency process with participatory processes, thus contributing to our reduction of the carbon footprint. The unfolding of this assembly will be able to be followed online through Barça 1 in Catalan, in English, and also in Spanish. How will members be able to participate? Delegate members can access the exclusive platform created for this group through the email that they received this morning or via the website of the club. If you would like to share your questions with us, you were able to, and right now you have available several channels to do so. First of all, the form for written questions that was provided for between the dates 15th and 16th of October. The delegate members may also ask questions using the conferencing system established in items number 2, 3, and 9 of the agenda. And lastly, the delegate members present in the room may also ask their questions here at the auditorium. How will people be able to vote? All delegate members registering and using their member key, PIN number, and date of birth, introducing the 6-digit number received via text message, will be able to cast their vote. I would also like to inform you that we will be stopping for lunch at the end, or having completed the first 3 items of the agenda. We expect this General Assembly to last or to end more or less at 6:30 this evening. We will be taking a break, as I said, once we complete items 1, 2, and 3 of the agenda. That is at about 2 o'clock. Having explained this, I would like to let you know that before each vote, we will be informing you through a video of how the voting process works. Thus, let us start with the first item of the agenda. I'd like to give the floor to the President of FC Barcelona, Mr. Joan Laporta. President, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good morning to you all. I would like to welcome all the members present in this room, as well as all of those of you following us over streaming. I would like to thank you for being here once again in this General Ordinary Assembly of the Club. Allow me to also welcome very especially all those delegate members who attend one of these assemblies for the very first time. The draw was held in the month of June, as you know. And for many of you, this is probably the first assembly that you participate in. Before I delve into the items of the agenda, I would like to remember all of those members that passed away in the last few months. In this respect, let's keep 1 minute silence. Let's all stand. Let's move on now to item number 1 of the agenda, corresponding to the report of the President. I give the floor to the President of FC Barcelona, Mr. Joan Laporta. once again, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your attendance. Dear senators, former presidents of the club, and other people such as the members of the Economic Commission, members of the Disciplinary Commission, Ombudsman, and representative of the Catalan Football Federation. Thank you so much for being here today. Allow me once again to greet especially each and every one of those delegate members who are joining us remotely. This shows once again how this model of assembly works and is financially feasible and sustainable, much more participatory and much more universal, in tune with the importance given to the Ordinary General Assembly of Delegate Members of this club. Dear delegate members, once again, on this day, as we have always done, you will be deciding on the present and future of FC Barcelona. And today, this General Ordinary Assembly will have the power to ratify, if you deem it pertinent, the settlement or the liquidation of the financial year for the season 2023-2024, as well as the budget for the 2024-2025 season. Allow me to start by saying that we have already gone past the midpoint of our term of office, and all of us here on this board can say that we've worked tirelessly. Let me say so out loud. We have worked well to bring Barça back to the place it deserves in the world of football, in the world of sport in general. You trusted us to recover the economy of the club, to get back the prestige and the institutional order we had lost, to carry out the works for the new Spotify Camp Nou, and to strengthen the Masia as the key pillar of our sport process. This is what we have done, this is what we are doing, and this is what we will continue to do if you continue trusting us. Today, we are much better than the way we were before, than the way when we arrived in the club in 2021. There are financial data that demonstrate that, that show that. Ferran Oliver, our treasurer and member of the management board, will provide you with the detail of the accounts with financial indicators that confirm what I am just saying, that we are way better than when the situation we were at in 2021. And this has been primarily thanks to the fact that all the members of this club, represented here today by you, the delegate members, trusted us. But not just that. They also gave the club the necessary stability, the necessary institutional stability to face all of these challenges. This has been key, and that is why I will never tire of thanking you for this throughout my presentation. And this has only been possible thanks to the fact that we didn't take into account the catastrophic claims of others who are not here and are not expected to be here. So this has been very important for us too. This allowed us to be and feel strong, convinced and determined today, much more than ever, in culminating the recovery of the club in many spheres. It is obvious that this path has not ended. There is still a lot to be done. But it is true that right now we are much better from a financial, institutional and sporting point of view, much better than the way we were back in 2021. And I would like to thank and lend value to the role played by the workers of this club, the executives of this club, also the members of the management board, who have provided talent, knowledge, intelligence, perseverance, effort, courage, audacity at the service of the club. Because the club does not work by itself. It works because there are people working for it, working hard and working well. I just wanted to lend value to that. The other aspect I would also like to value is the fact that the members of this club have shown their commitment to the colours of our flag, as was expected from them. Primarily because the club belongs to you, because you love Barça, and because you have known at every moment in time when you had to support and provide institutional stability to the club. And you know that this is very much needed at the hardest times. So now, if I may focus on the sport, on what happened this last season, I must share the disappointment of the results of the first team. It didn't go that well. It didn't. And that is why the management board, we're here to make decisions that are sometimes not easy to make. That's why we decided to provide with a new to breathe new air into the bench of the first team, with the change of manager, with the change of staff. There was a change of coach, change of manager, and with the players that have been brought up in the academy, that have reached the first team, an important number of players, I may say so, in addition to those that are experienced and talented. And together with the support of Hansi Flick, we believe that the titles will come back. And by doing so, I believe we will all be very happy. We are very happy with the squad. We are proud to see our academy football, the Masia, to be present and to have an important impact in the first men's team. And we are very happy to see the work and the professional and personal commitment shown by our manager, Hansi Flick. And needless to say, we are very happy with the work done by our football manager, Deco, football director. He has reduced the wage bill in 170 million euros. Easily said, not so easily done. He was skillful enough to improve the team and to rejuvenate it. Right now we have a very young players guaranteeing the present and future of the men's first team. I must also say that we are very happy with the perfect seasons of our handball team and our women's football team. They won it all, and they especially won in handball and women's football the Champions League. This truly demonstrates how great a sport club we are, and although the previous season the other sections also won important trophies, because hockey almost won it all as well except the Champions League, and women's football already won it all. It was a perfect season for them. Our teams vied for all competitions to the very end, and this is part of our essence, of our DNA. That's why our model of multi-sport club is unique in the world. Let me say so that along these lines, when it comes to sport, we make this assessment, and probably the most impactful factor has been the change in the first men's team bench with the change of manager, fully respecting our former manager, Xavi Hernandez, who did a great task. We would like to publicly thank him for what he did, but we believed we needed a new boost, and we are very happy with the work that Hansi Flick is doing. Now, let me say that in the financial sphere, we would also like to refer to the 2023-2024 season. We must say that we are improving the finances of the club in the shortest possible time without risking our ownership model. And let me say once again that whilst the management board that have the honor of presiding are entrusted with managing the club will always belong to its members. We have said so time and time again. And I believe that most supporters and fans will know that for sure. This is our motivation. All of our actions, all of our initiatives are geared towards that main goal. That is, that the members of the club will continue to be the owners of the club. So, for as long as we are responsible of this club, the club will always belong to its members. And I was saying that we are improving the finances of the club. And most importantly, without the members having to put a dime. This is a priority for all of us, and this is what we are doing. Let me say also that the 2023-2024 season, that is the financial year, and this is something that Honorary will describe in much more detail. I can also say, as I said to the Senate, the ordinary results are positive in 12 million euros. This is very important. We were able to heal the injury, an injury that we had since 2017. The ordinary result, that is our income and expenditure, has a positive yield since 2017. Significant effort has been made in reducing expenses. We've reduced them down to 22%. And increasing income, we've increased them in 41% since 2021. And this has finally led us to have positive financial results. We had the levers, of course. Thank goodness we had them, because we needed them to provide traction, to tackle face from the urgent commitments, to have a more competitive team that allowed us to win one league, the 2022-2023 league. And in addition, thanks to these levers, once again, the members of this club did not need to put a single euro. In a normal company, in a situation like the one we were in, the normal thing would have been to do an increase of capital, a capital increase, and the members would have had to put money from their own pockets. But we were brave, we were courageous, we implemented the levers, and we ensured that the club was able to face the most urgent commitments, whilst signing players, new players, that allowed us to have a more competitive team. I would also like to underscore the fact that our financial situation is better. Financial indicators support this, as Honorary will describe, but I would like to emphasize the impact in our income statement of the work done by DECO, because the reduction of the sports wage bill in 170 million, a complicated task, has led us to having ratio of wage salaries with respect to total expenditure of the club of 56%. This percentage is within the ranges recommended by UEFA in how clubs need to manage their finances, especially with respect to the wage bill vis-à-vis income. When we got to this ratio of wages versus income, this figure was 98%. It was unsustainable. It was not sustainable. So I would like to also value this fact. I would also like to value the containment when it comes to investment, thanks to the fact that the football director and our manager are committed to local talent, academy players, rather than signing foreign talent. So they saw that we had young talent for our competitive team. We only invested in Dani Olmo and Pau Victor, the most significant being that of Dani Olmo. It was an important operation, 50 million. Dani Olmo cost 47 million. So we went for it, but we've been cautious, but we've also invested into our academy players. And let me say that thanks to the good work done by our football director, FC Barcelona sold players for a net value of 80 million, and this is very important because we're talking about sports sales, not a sale for an exchange or balance out the P&L. No, by no means. These have been sport-related sales that have yielded net income, and this means that we still are a buying club. We've always been a buying club, but we are starting to sell our players, well, many of whom had been developed as a player here. One left, using a special stipulation in his contract, and in that case we were unable to do much. He was a young player who had debuted in the first team and decided to accept an offer of another team. But the rest have been good operations, providing very good yield. I'm talking about 80 million euros. I must also say, from a financial point of view, that we have readjusted the deficit of the sections, adapting it to the financial situation of the club at present. Most importantly, this adjustment has been done, but without losing any competitive edge. I would like to emphasize that because the sections of this club are important to us, and it was important not to lose our competitive edge. In basketball, in economic terms, let me say that for the very first time, the deficit is only 10 million. This is historical, because in basketball, the deficit has always been greater. And thanks to the work of our club workers and executives, we can say that attendance at the Palau has been important in addition to the good management that has been made of the section. But attendance at the Palau has been very important in order to attain this record in deficit. Let's say a positive one, 10 negative, that is losses of 10 million, but the section has a budget, a cost, and, well, it didn't provide any significant income in order to reach a positive number. But in this case, the last season we saw the lowest deficit in the history of basketball, something that is positive for us. Another positive element, let me say, is our women's football team. We've seen a profit, 600,000 euros, a profit nonetheless, very important, despite having won it all. You already know that when one wins it all, this must be paid, right? There are some fees, some awards, variable fees that must be paid out, and despite that, we were able to secure profit for the very first time, and obviously this makes us feel very proud. What else? Well, record sponsorship fees. I would like to congratulate our marketing team because they built 210 million euros, a historic record when it comes to sponsorship. And I would also like to congratulate Barça Licensing and Merchandising, which is the company, you know, we have two subsidiaries, BLM and Barça Vision. We will be talking about them soon. BLM has secured record turnover, almost 110 million euros. So a lot has been put into that. If we compare figures with 2018 pre-pandemic numbers, in order to not to do mismatching with the financial numbers, I can say that we are talking about 72% more turnover compared to 2018. And we arrived here in 2021 when this company was invoicing as a sale of merchandising and jerseys. 35 million, if I'm not mistaken. Now they're invoicing 110 million. That's great news, a historical record.
Very well. We have also BLM that is working wonderfully. We have records in our sales of jerseys and kit, and we have a process of maturity that is going slower, but this season it hasn't worked as well as we would have liked. And everything has happened not because of poor operations. We paid relatively a low amount. There's a longer, slower process for reaching maturity, but it's because there have been unpaid bills from our suppliers, and not only because of this.
say yes.
We have worked hard to make sure that we have been able to deal with these defaults. And we have had extraordinary negative results that have had a tremendous impact on the P&L of 31 million euros. Now, there's one nuance that we can make here, and that is that to counter these losses, we would need to have a different valuation of the company, and the audit includes this note which says that there's a material impossibility of quantifying this evaluation of the company. To evaluate this loss, we, that are the ones that formulate and defend the patrimony of the club, we look at the last valuation of the company, which was done by Aramark, that invested 25 million, and in that sense, there has been an impact of 15 million, according to the auditor. Well, it was the La Liga that assigned 15 million to this, and what we did was to put that on the investment that was done by this company, which was giving it the valuation of 408 million. Ferran will also speak this to you, but when we talk about Bridgebrook, we could talk about Barça Vision because it's a more attractive brand, but we're talking about the technological business, and the technological business is very new. It's difficult to quantify, as the auditors tell us, and in this sense, well, it is metaverse, it's the NFTs, the tokens, the artificial intelligence, it's the wallet, it's augmented reality, it's audiovisual production. So all of this, if you talk to the experts, this is a gold mine. It's worth lots of money, and everyone agrees. But in the immediate future, it will be one of the main sources of income for the club. And we have assigned the value to it, and that we are sure that this loss because of payment defaults is a fixed amount, and we know that the economy is never fixed, it evolves. First of all, we have the investment of Aramark, then we have investors that want to invest in the company that are in a due diligence process to come in, before coming in, and then we have a business plan that supports the intention, well, gaining profits. So this company soon, in a very short period of time, is going to begin to provide us with profits as well. And in the immediate future, it's going to be one of the main sources of income of the company, of the club. Now, having said this, when we close the accounting with amounts, and we have a budget that continues along these lines with a positive ordinary result, and at the door of the 125th anniversary, you saw it on the video, for it to coincide with the return to the Spotify Camp Nou, which is one of the most important aspects of the Barcelona the Barcelona spirit, and of course the investors as well that have invested money for the stadium, and all of those actors that are related, that are involved in the construction of the new Spotify Camp Nou. It is a reality, and we are about to begin a process of economic recovery that is being consolidated and that is evolving favorably at a time in which we have a team that excites us, that is very competitive, and that makes all of us, the Barcelona fans around the world, to be proud, and we can feel satisfied thanks to that. Now, I would also like to say that in reference to the Espai Barça and the situation of the reform, the refurbishment of the stadium, well, you'll hear more in greater detail. You'll hear more about all of these aspects, but I would just like to insist on what I always say. It is the collective dream of the Barcelona followers, the Barcelona spirit, to have this new Spotify Camp Nou. It is already a reality. It's not a dream, it's a reality. And Furthermore, it's a legacy that we will leave to the future generations of Barcelona fans and members, and those of us that are here will continue this season to the Spotify Camp Nou, and will see Spotify Camp Nou completed, because we're calculating that it will be completely finished by 2026. This is extremely important, and we believe that it is a source of great pride for the Barcelona fans and members. This year, I like to remind you of this, it will be 125 years of history, and that's something that can make us very happy. As we saw in the video previously, we have the sign of the 125th anniversary that was designed by Miguel Barceló, the best artist in the world, and now he is doing, for example, the frescoes at Notre Dame Cathedral, and he has created this with a great deal of love and with a great deal of emotion and excitement, and we thank Miguel Barceló for having created that sign. In Barça we have many highlights. We have the centenary, the 50 anniversary, the 100th centenary, the centenary, and now 125 that we have Miguel Barceló is truly an important aspect. And the Barça has some great pieces of art and that they have an incalculable value. Now, our foundation has been around for 30 years, the Football Club Barcelona Foundation, and allow me to say that 20 years ago, the foundation was given a new focus with actions that were aimed at gender equality, skin color, religion, people with disabilities. These are those that benefit from all of our actions in the foundation, and it must be said that our foundation has the commitment. We truly believe in diversity as a tool to strengthen not only our club but society overall, to make things more dynamic, and we defend equity without any type of distinctions, and we have a firm commitment to diversity, to equality and inclusion, and also, most of all, to sustainability. With sustainability, at the level of the club and also at the level of the development of the Espai Barça. Sustainability has already been incorporated into the essence of the club. We are very careful of the quality of life of our members and of our environment. Very well. We're at a very important moment of our history, and we have come to the first line of global presence to preserve our identity as a club that's open to the world, with links that we can never renounce to liberty, to democracy, that are related to our language, to our culture, and to the essence of our foundation and to our ownership model. And I'd like to also give value to that. I would like to lend value to that, and we live in an environment where maintaining our identity and maintaining our links, our relationship with our culture, language, property, model of ownership, etc. Well, I believe that this is also a reason that we can feel very proud. I would like to say that the reality that Barcelona is currently experiencing is good. It's very good. I see that the majority of the Barcelona members and fans are happy. Why are they happy? Well, we're about to come into 125th anniversary, and we are refurbishing our new Spotify Camp Nou, which is going to be the best stadium in the world. And we had the courage to take on the construction of this new stadium and everything related to Espai Barça. And I can see that our fans, our followers, are happy about that. We are also happy because we have very evident symptoms of economically saving the club. All of the indicators make it clear that we are on the right path, and that's extremely important. And I insist, without without putting our ownership model at risk and without forcing the members to hand over to have to invest money. The majority of the culés, of the fans, are happy with this club. That's very motivating. I'm sure that all of you, this team makes us feel proud, and we are emotional, and Barça is at the center of our lives. We are waiting with great delight for the next weekend to see how many goals Lewandowski will score, Rafinha, how many kilometers he will run, Pedri, what type of magic he's going to do on the pitch, how many different actions we'll see on the pitch. And in that sense, we can show our strength of Gudea or Baldi. We're happy to see the players come back. We have Frankie, the young, Gabi, Fermin, they're all back. And they're not, Araujo's not back yet, neither is Christensen. We have had to strengthen our goal, and we've been able to do so. Unfortunately, we desire, we wish a rapid recovery to Ter Stegen, and Marc Bernal could be one of the most important teams of the first team, one of the most important players of the first team this year, and we trust that he can be with us once again as soon as possible. So we are also waiting to see what Hansi Flick will do, if he'll bring us Gerardo Martinez or Paulo Torres when they have come up to play. Well, Victor or Ferran, all of the players that we have, and there's the delight of seeing them and see if Ansu Fati comes back, who had started in such a spectacular way. This is what we, the Barcelona followers, are waiting for every weekend. We're happy with this team. It's, as I said, this is the nuclear center of our sports program. And we are also proud of having a multi-sport team. When we don't have great victories from Barcelona, we get them from the women's football team or from handball. Yesterday, it was an epic basketball match. We won at one of the most difficult courts in Europe against a team that hadn't lost any games in EuroLeague yet. I'm sure many of you saw that match, and it was an epic clash, and we're all proud of that. And what does this mean? Well, it means that we're living a reality where Barcelona once again is loved, it's admired by many people the world over. And I can assure you of this because we go all over the world. It's not just me when I have to do it, but also we have many people from the club that are traveling, and all over the world they're asking for academies because they want the Barcelona method that we have at the Masia. They want for new Lamines and Gabis to come up, and they ask us to explain to them the Barça model in that sense. So that's why we are being once again admired and loved by many people all over the world because of what we are, of how we do that, how we do what we do. And so we are experiencing this with pride, with our heads held high. Now this reality, well, to continue to experience this, I have to repeat, it's not something that happens by inertia. We have to work at it. We have to maintain it. And the way that I see that we can best continue to experience this reality is for us to remain more unified than ever, more united than ever. This is essential, and we also need to maintain the institutional stability. When I talk about being more united than ever, and our hymn says that precisely, but we are fighting, we're together fighting against everyone, and it's not an issue of victimism. It happens, we suffer that on a daily basis. We are fighting against those that constantly, repeatedly bring up the Negreira case, something that we are winning in the courts before the court case, and now during the court case. Well, we are being vindicated, and we see that every time that things are going well, they bring something up. There are people that hate it when we win, and we have to defend ourselves against this. And to defend ourselves, what we cannot show is weaknesses, because they are desiring our destruction. What we have to show, apart from being courageous and brave, is that we have to be strong. That's why I insist that I don't agree at all with many of these forecasts for the future, these gloom and doom forecasts, these apocalyptic ideas, these catastrophic forecasts. Well, what they do, they are creating a reality that doesn't exist. But on top of that, I would say that this weakens us, and we cannot show weakness at all, because at Barça we need to be strong to fight against all of these elements that are going against us, and we know where they're coming from, and what they want is precisely that, to destroy us, to weaken us. And I'm referring to the pressure from Madrid and the institutions. And today we are putting forward for approval the accounts from 23-24 and the budget for the 24-25 season. I also told you that it's necessary to maintain the institutional stability, and that's something that has been done by our delegate members with all of the decisions that we have asked for. And this is so important because it gives strength to the institution to be able to take on all of the challenges that we have before us. That's important. The Espai Barça, to recover Barça Vision, to continue with MPL. We always need strength when we deal with agents, when we send a message to the market that Barcelona is strong and that it is solvent. And so when we vote for the accounts of 23-24 and the budget for 24-25, it's important for this to be approved for that very reason, so that we can remain united, so that we can maintain the institutional stability, and so that we can give more strength to our institution. Dear delegate members, and I invite you to live the current Barcelona with excitement, with pride, because we are at a good moment, with our heads held high. And I'm sure that if there is this institutional stability, if we remain united, Barça, FC Barcelona will continue to be the best club in the world. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. As I said before, we will be informing you about the accreditations that we have at this assembly. We have gone from 561 that we had at 10:30, and we are now that it's 11:25. 807 delegate members. Now, let us give way to the second point of our agenda, which is the report and approval of the economic year 23-24. And to explain the second point, I would ask for the treasurer of the club, Mr. Ferran Oliver, to address the
Bé, bon dia a tothom.
Good morning to everything. We're going to go to the second item of our agenda, the accounts of the fiscal year 23-24. So if you allow me, we will begin to explain the accounts. We will explain each one of the items, and we will talk about the main issue, which is Barça Vision, and we'll talk about the debt, our treasury stock, and let us begin talking with a brief overview of how our accounts have gone 23-24. As you can see, the income that we have on the left, we have what was budgeted and what it eventually turned out to be. So we expected the income to be 859 million, and they were 894 million in reality. So we have had more expenses, however. We went from 832 million to 866 million. The financial result, the financial outcome was 15 million, as you can see, negative 15, and we have an ordinary outcome of 12 million. So this is where we make our first stop. This is a great bit of news. What comes in and what comes out, well, we have come from 7 years of negative ordinary results, and in the last 7 years the club had a continuous destruction of our cash flow, and when this occurs we become indebted. Now, if you remember, when we presented in previous years, we told you this. We already said, listen, we have had these extraordinary profit thanks to these different levers, and we always said one thing. We always insisted and said, careful, we have a problem. We have to be very careful. We have an ordinary result which is still negative. Remember that last year the ordinary result was quite negative, but currently the first great bit of news that we have is that we have stopped that hemorrhaging. When we arrived, it was a very important hemorrhage, but we can say now that we have stopped that definitively. So this is important. It's something that we need to maintain, and our focus will be to remain this for the coming year. Now, further down, you can see the extraordinary item. This is Barça Vision. We'll talk more about this later. Now, let us get into the details and let's talk about the P&L. And here is the budget that we had on the left, and on the right what actually occurred. So let's talk about the stadium. We had 151 million euros destined to that, and eventually was 126 million. Well, this has been the year that we were at Montjuic, and this has an impact because the museum, it's not the same to have the museum open during the day, the match days, but versus only having it open for public that comes to see the stadium. So this has generated an important loss, but it has also led to a loss of income, that the stadium did not have the real capacity that we expected at the start. There were dark areas that we were not able to occupy, and for that reason we were not able to sell certain parts of the seating that we have in the stadium. Let me say one thing. To be at Montjuic, the determination of this board to refurbish our stadium, well, there's 109 million that we have not taken in, that we have not received, and you can see on the bottom the 91 million of the negative net result. If we had not been so brave, so courageous as to say we need to have a new stadium thinking of the future, this figure would not be a problem. These 100 million that we have not received would compensate this. So as the President Laporta said, this board was courageous and brave enough when we arrived to take the decision of building the new stadium. The new stadium, it's not building a new stadium, but it's the entire project, including Espai Barça. In the short-term vision, if we had thought only of our period, our mandate during these 4 years, well, we would have now positive ordinary results because we would have income of 95,000 people. But we have to remember that we need to leave a legacy, and that legacy was to create a new stadium and to create Espai Barça. Now, we have been 14 years behind the competitive clubs, and I'm not just talking about those in Spain, but also at the European level. Many of these clubs have already done their job to create a new stadium, and we are a few years behind, but in 2026 we will have a stadium that will provide us with extraordinary income that will allow us to compete with all of the other clubs. Now, let us move on to the second point of the P&L, and that is media. Well, here we have the income that comes to us from television. The income from television have two parts. We have those from the La Liga Profesional and what we get from the Europa Champions League. Now, we are pretty much at a par there. There's some games, some matches of the group phase that we thought we would win, and remember the Hamburg match. If we had won that match, or if we had drawn, then this would be covered. Let's go to the third line, which is the sales or commercial side. We have two parts to it. First of all, we have the BLM, which is a company that, so that everyone knows, it is what we see, the company that handles the kit that is sold and the merchandising, and we have had a record sale for BLM. They have practically doubled the sales. And here in this item we also have sponsorships. The sponsorship this year has been record this season with the sales of sponsorship. And we had the handicap of not having our stadium. It's not the same to sell sponsorship to in a stadium of 95,000 people as it is selling it for matches in Montjuic. So I would like to thank BLM, as well as the sponsorship companies, because they are the ones that have given us this record. There's a difference of 4 million. And I think if we're honest, most likely we were very demanding of the sponsors that wanted to come in. For example, with BLM, we could have asked them for higher results, but we're very happy that we were able to get to this point. When we talk about players sold, as the president said before, Barça has known how to sell well. We came from a tradition of not selling our players well, and we have a great deal of developmental football, and other teams don't have that, and it costs us lots of money to maintain this structure. Not all of the players that we have will end up on our first team. And we have to help them to find a way out, and at the same time to have a profit for the club to compensate the money that we have invested. So we are a buying club, but not all of the players that we sign give us the results that we would have expected. And so we have to be sure to sell these players at the ideal time in order to get the most profit from their sale. Now, this season we have had sales with, for example, players that had wanted to leave without the transfer clause. Many of this has happened, most of these have happened at the beginning of the season. It hasn't been an effect of selling players at the end of the season in order to cover up the results. It was done at the start of the season, and Barça has to continue along this line. We need to know when to sell, we need to know how to sell, because this is part of our important assets in the club. The next point would be the recurring costs or expenses, and it is complex. Here there are various aspects.
When this board arrived, we found ourselves with a certain number of lawsuits, fiscal, employment-related lawsuits, of all kinds. We were careful and we provisioned for these lawsuits, classifying which ones we would probably win, which ones we could win, and which ones we would probably lose. So we set up a provision of the money that the club would need to pay in the years to come. So with the passing of time, some of these lawsuits were won, which we thought we would lose, so they were provisioned, and now the provision has been cancelled. Once a provision is cancelled, it's taken over to income. Then there are other provisions for loans of players. When we give a player on loan, such as Delegate, we provision his salary during the time of the loan, and as time goes by, we reduce the amounts accordingly. And the third part would be income received when a player from our club goes to the national team and gets injured. Throughout the time of the injury, either UEFA or FIFA will pay us specific amounts that are included here. So this concept resulted in a positive amount of 49 million. Having said that, let's move on to the next part, expenses. The first concept for expenses is the wage bill. As the President said, we have great news for you. The club has been able to go from, in the year 2021, from seeing the entire wage bill to account for 100% of the club's income to reach 56% today. In the profession, from both La Liga, UEFA and FIFA state that the wage bill should not exceed the income of the club in 70%, and right now we are down to 56%. The difference that you're able to see on screen between 492 and 505, these 13 million, is because, as I said earlier, when the previous manager, Xavi Hernandez, left and he didn't earn any money, but we did compensate part of his staff. That's why there's a difference in those numbers. This had not been expected. The next concept, non-sporting salaries. Here we are referring to the other workers of the club. We are referring here to any workers you see anywhere in the club, in the sports village, offices, the stadium, permanent staff, seasonal staff, all of them. We have increased this concept because of the increase in turnover from BLM. If we opened more stores and we were able to open more points of sale, well then obviously we will need more workers servicing these stores. This is one of the main reasons why we saw an increase in this concept. But on the other side, there have been increased sales, of course. Management expenses. This concept has been affected by BLM. The difference between the 205 and the 215, 10 million. These 10 million are related to BLM. In order to sell more clothes, we need to buy more clothes from Nike and the other suppliers that manufacture our own brands. So this increases our management expenses and increases the differences from what had been budgeted. So these increases are due to higher turnover and profit margins. Other expenses. My colleagues from the economic area always get angry with me when I say that this is like a place where we put all kinds of amortization or depreciation that is not relating to sport. That is the amortization of the sports area, all of our facilities, everything is included there, with a slight difference of 5 million. By the way, these 5 million would incur when a sponsor does not pay us. At the beginning of the season, if a sponsor says, I will contribute a specific amount, and when we see that they do not pay, this is provisioned for here. The financial result or profit and loss is more or less along the lines of what we had expected. This is the part we pay of interest for the club's debt. We don't see much of a difference here. There's been a slight decrease. This is related to the improvement of the ordinary result. And then we get to the end of the ordinary result, the 12 million of profit. So right now I ask you to place close attention, because here we come to Bridgewood or Barça Vision. This is key at this moment in time. This management board in March 2021, when our term of office started, I recall perfectly well the day on which the Management Commission handed over the folders summarizing the situation of the club at that time. It was a very brief meeting, but the truth is that when we opened up those folders, we realized that the situation was much worse of what we had imagined. The situation of cash was really bad. We couldn't face payments, the ordinary payments of the club, in just 1 month ahead. We couldn't pay for the payroll. The net equity of the club was much worse, 405 million in losses. The income statement or P&L was really in a bad shape. But what we were most worried about was that deferred payments. There were a series of ordinary payments that had been deferred for the next fiscal years. And this is the perfect storm, because when you want to implement a feasibility plan, you think what you're going to do in the next years. But we realized that we didn't have the possibility of doing much during the first 2 years because we had committed payments, deferred payments. This situation, if we had been a normal company, it would have led us to a pre-bankruptcy situation with a capital increase where the shareholders of the company would have put from their own pockets. Well, we didn't consider that possibility. As President Joan Laporta said earlier, we didn't even consider in making the members put any money from their own pockets because we didn't believe they were responsible for the situation. But in order to resolve this situation, we did ask for help. And we said, please help us in different extraordinary assemblies to approve what the so-called levers. As you will recall, the first lever was the sale of 25% of the television rights for La Liga. The second lever, that was for 25 years, by the way. The second lever was the sale of up to 49% of the company BLM. That is the merchandising, the licensing, the store company. And the third lever was the sale of up to 49% of the company that at that time was called Bridgewood, now it is called Barça Vision, a company with the technological assets of the company of up to 49%. Now, in the face of this situation, we activated the first lever, that is the sale of the television rights. That's 25% of the television rights. And we interpreted at that time that the book value of this sale was enough in order to face both our own funds and another problem we had at that time, which was the fair play. You should recall that we were in 2022, and then we found a sports situation of a team that provide with a lot of victories, but coming to the end of their useful life, quote unquote. The club needed signings, transfers, we had to sign new talent and renew the team. So on an accounting level, that was enough, but La Liga then interpreted that was not enough, that they applied a cash criteria and we had to activate another lever. At that time, the easiest thing would have been to activate the lever of the sale for 49% of BLM, that is the merchandising company. We didn't want to do that for a very simple reason. Then we trusted that with the structure that we had, BLM could increase profit. At that time, BLM was valued at 125, 150 million. Nowadays, it is valued in more than 400 million. The easiest thing for us would have been to sell, but we thought BLM was a very tangible asset of the club. At that time, we looked for an alternative, which is to sell 49% of Bridgewood, holding the technological and digital assets of the club. At that time, we interpreted this was the best solution because we were not selling tangible assets. We were not releasing tangible assets from the club. Rather, we were valuing a series of assets that didn't have value for the club. So we asked for assessments to ensure what the value of this company was, and we determined that the 100% value of this company would be 408 million, and 51% of the Barça would be 208 million. So we put 200 million of the company's shares up for sale. And remember that in June 2022, when everything happened, the technological effect was important. Everybody was talking about cryptocurrencies. Several sponsors of the cryptocurrency world approached the club. Everybody talked about that. Then several members came, and in the end we decided, one was Orfeos, a spin-off of a very well-known company in Europe of the digital world and media, and also Socios.com. Socios.com was already a partner of ours. They already were a company that had been working with us, and they held the Chile, the Barça token. They were also a sponsor of the La Liga and other clubs. So these two sponsors came, they agreed to buy 49% of Bridgewood together. And please pay close attention to this, because here's where the problem starts. These sponsors took responsibility of paying 200 million structured into several years. The first year was the year 2022, and they paid each 10 million. That payment was received. In 2023, they had to face 30 million each, and in 2024, 30 million each again, and in 2025, 30 million each once more. The first year, everything went well. Thanks to this fair play operation, we were able to structure this team. And the problem was that as we approached June 2023, our sponsor said, well, the world of crypto is going down. I don't know whether we'll be able to be facing our upcoming payments. So we said, wait, you need to pay. We're counting on you to pay. And one said, what if we ask for a deferment? When we said, well, no, we can't allow for that. And they said, well, why don't we vie for other sponsors that can replace us in our obligations? And that is what we did. We looked for other sponsors that would replace them. You will recall there were two German companies, one called Libero, a company that is in the German stock exchange, and another company called Nipa Prestigia. They're basically an investor. Libero undertook to put, of these 16 million that were remaining in 2023, to put 40, and Vestigia 20. In June, Vestigia paid the 20 million, but Libero asked us to wait until September, and we said, well, let's wait until September. So September come, and Libero said they cannot pay. So that was the first problem, a non-payment, a default of a technological partner dedicated to the digital world, and they could not face that payment because of internal problems. So that was one first impact. So as we were approaching June of this year, we first had to face the non-payment of Libero, and the partners, Vestigia and Socios.com, said they did not know whether they would be able to make the June 2024 payment. And we said, wait, this is something that we cannot allow. We cannot allow for any further deferments. And they said to us, well, we're not sure whether we can pay. So in this situation, the partners that were unable to pay, and the one from the previous year that did not pay, another company came to us, Aramark, Aramark is the #1 supplier for food services in the world, historically working for Barça for many years, and right now they do an important task here as well. And they came to us by saying they would like to open up digital companies worldwide, and they hold various shares and stakes unrelated to the food industry, and they are very interested in the Bridgewood Barça Vision project, but because of its digital content and database, fan databases. So this company, at that time, carried out a due diligence, carried out by one of the big four, one of the big auditing companies in the world, and they assessed 100% of the company at 408 million and 49% at 200 million. So this company agreed at board level to join Barça Vision, and they bought one of the parts of Libero that was pending from the previous year. That was perfect. So all of a sudden we had 25 million covered and only 15 to be paid from the year 2023. But in 2024, our partners here said they couldn't pay, and if they could defer the payment to September. At that time we said they had to pay. That the situation could not remain like that, and we said that what we would be doing would be to provision for, and we could either continue with the deferment, nothing would have happened, and you would not be seeing these minus 41 million or minus 91 million, but we determined that we believed in the company. There was a new partner, one we truly believe in, one that believes in the company, and we believe that this partner we see could be the main investor, an investor dragging other companies to join the shareholding structure. So at that time we made the decision not to make any further deferments and to provision these amounts. These sums are the addition of 60 million 2025, 60 million 2024, plus what was pending from 2023, 15 million. And with the accrual of interest, this brings us to the 141 million you see on screen. So with this situation, what did we do? So we informed our auditors about this, and our auditors agreed with us, and they said, okay, be brave about it. You could continue deferring this. We congratulate you for doing that. But the only problem now is, what is the true value of this company? What does the value actually cost? So we said, well, the company has just seen a new investor, an investor that valued this company in 408 million, and the auditor said, yes. However, we believe that this company, over these 2 years, has had no activity. Yes, it has had no activity because we were waiting for our industrial partners who need to give traction to the company so that it can carry out activity. And they said, yes, but maybe we must devalue, just for a time, this company. And we said, we cannot do that. We cannot agree with that, because we must defend the wealth of this club, the assets of this club. We have a new investor who put money into the company, assessing the company at that value, and this is a comparable evidence that we have. On the other hand, there are other investors who put money into the company to reach a figure of 55 million. So in no way whatsoever could we contemplate a devaluation of the company. And let me say that the valuation of companies are done using 2 systems. First, cash flows. So basically inflows and outflows to determine the profit of a company. But the other way of determining that is the expectation given by the partners of the company, because after all, especially in the technological world, a world of expectation of growth, these are companies that are starting, that are commencing their activity, and we truly believe that this is the right assessment system that needs to be applied. Bear in mind, what would the value of many companies that come to your head in the digital world have today? Many of these companies do not yield profit. Many have negative working capital. Many have a situation where their cash flows are disastrous, but their value is the expectation their shareholders have in relation to their future growth. So this has been the great discrepancy we have been faced with, and the reason for this exception. The auditor, when we discussed this with the auditor did not know what the value of depreciation was. Had the auditor said you must depreciate the company in 25%, when we'd have said let's talk about it. But as you can see, the exception does not refer to a specific sum for the depreciation, and that is why we remain defending the interests of FC Barcelona. Whenever we had an investor joining us 30 days ago and assessing the company by one of the big fours at 408 million for 100% of the company, we must stay with that position, because only that way we can defend the interests of the club. And this has been the main discrepancy when it comes to how we have recorded the 141 million, how we depreciated the accounts receivable, and how the auditor recorded their exception. But we must defend the interests of the club above all else. Probably in the next questions we will be discussing about this, but I believe that I have provided a clarification, and this leads us to minus 141 for an extraordinary loss, and also, as you can see here, a net loss of 91 million. So this is the income statement, the P&L up to now. Let's move on now to the evolution of the sports costs. When we arrived, one of the things that President Laporta touched on is that in the year 2021-2022, we saw what the 21-2022, excuse me, what was the difference between income and the sports cost or expenditure, which accounted for almost 100% of the income, and this led to the club reducing its own funds and its net equity. Throughout this time, thanks to the task of Mateo and currently thanks to the work of Deco, there's been an exhaustive work conducted, because reverting this situation and bringing the 505 million, which is 56% of what the institutions and La Liga, UEFA and FIFA state, we're in the lower range of what they state, 56. This is thanks to exhaustive work, hard work, and thanks, and above all, due to the deferred payments that we had. It was really difficult to revert that situation. I recall, and I'll give you an example, a case I mentioned in one of my previous meetings with you, the Mirotic effect. The Mirotic effect represented Mirotic's salary because some deferments. It accounted for 33% of the basketball budget. It was impossible to maintain that. The Mirotic effect remained with other players that you well know of the first team. And that situation has been very difficult to revert in all of these years. Let's move on to the next one. This is the balance sheet. And here we are honest. As you know, the Espai Barça is something that is not a debt of the club. You know, this is a securitization fund where the debt is paid with the future profit. In this photo here, you can see our working capital was negative in the 2023 season of 103. The working capital is the difference between current assets and current liabilities. In this case, 105 million, worsening to 208 due to the effect of this mobile snapshot, which is the Barça Vision issue. The same occurs with the net equity minus 102 to minus 94. Allow me to insist on one thing. This depreciation we have seen, this provisioning we have had, provides us with a fixed snapshot, but in the next few months it will change. With the arrival of a new investor into the company, there are two companies in the process of due diligence. One is a listed company. When these companies come in, the situation will change. If a company arrives and buys 30 million, then the situation will revert, and with the intermediate accounts of December, the situation will change. So this is a very mobile snapshot of the situation. Now, next, debt. Debt is a very disputed topic. There are many ways of assessing or valuing debt, and that is why all football clubs follow the regulations set by La Liga. It's very easy. Debt is the debt with banks, bank borrowings, debt with clubs, and then cash, as well as receivables from other clubs, because some clubs owe us money, or are owed money. Please focus in the last column. In June 2024, of a total debt of 680 million, we reached June 2024 with 560. So we've reduced debt in 120 million. This shows what can occur when we change or progressively change the ordinary profit. We will see a reduction of the debt because we are generating cash flow. The problem we had earlier is that we didn't generate cash. On the opposite, we burned it. So again, the great news is the ordinary profit and the consequences of it. Net equity. This is the other concern of any great company. When we arrived, the net equity was minus 455 million. The situation is practically one in which the company would be bankrupt. Nowadays, even if we incurred losses, the situation is at minus 94 million, most of which is exceptional. It's difficult to revert in any company these numbers. This management board was able to produce this effect in 3.5 years. And this is the audit report. In the first part, it mentions that the audit report is correct, except the exception that goes on to explain the situation in the next paragraph. Now, to conclude, let me just say that this management board comes from one of the most concerning situations the club has ever been in, from an economic and social point of view in 2021. The situation then was that of a bankruptcy, arrangement with creditors almost. We were able to revert the situation. First, we modified the ordinary result. That's great news for us. We were able to reduce the net equity of the company, that is the club, down to the number that we are at, with a fixed snapshot for this year. We have improved the wage bill at 56% with respect to almost 100%, which is what we were coming from. And all of this has led to a much better situation. We have been able to create 3 future levers, 3 future sources of income. Football clubs will not be able to live in the future from traditional income, season ticket holders and television rights. They will need to reinvent themselves in the future in the search of new sources of income. And we have started to do that. We have a company, BLM, that nowadays already participates significantly in the ordinary profit of the club. We have created a company, Bridgewood, with this step back and one step forward to be taken soon, will be one of the main sources of income of the club in the future. And we have the stadium. When completed in 2026, the stadium will be an extraordinary source of income that will allow us to be at the level of the greatest teams in Europe when it comes to sponsorship and income. The task, the work done by this management board has been ratified by foreign spectators and independent advisors. Forbes magazine considers that the valuation of the club at present is 600 million against 400, 700 in 2022. So 5 billion compared to 4.7 billion. An improvement of 900 million. On the other hand, Tangier Market, which, as you know, is probably the renowned firm assessing players and clubs, considers that the current value of our first team is 944 compared to 200 last year, or in 2021. As you can see, these improvements are truly spectacular improvements. This management board, over these 3 years and a half, very intense years we've had, these have been 3 very hard years of passionate work, very exhaustive work, I may say. We have tried to revert the situation, and I truly believe we have been able to do it. But this would have not been possible without your help, without your cooperation. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. From this moment on, the delegate members that are following us online can now ask for the floor in order to voice their questions only about the second point that has to do with the of this fiscal period 23-24. I would ask Carme Hurtala, the Vice President of the Economic Commission of the club, that in representation of the President of the Commission that was not able to join us today, that she could read according to the 58th article of the bylaws of the club.
Bon dia, President.
Good morning, President, members of the board, members and delegate members, and friends, Barcelona fans. Based on what is established in Article 58 of the bylaws, we have prepared the report based on the closing of the 23-24 season of FC Barcelona. Remember that the Commission, as an advisory entity, has an independent position of the board. The goal of this report is to highlight the elements that are considered key for the closing of this economic year and the advice from this commission. This report has been given to the club through the board, and we will highlight the most important points. The first point that has to do with the profit and loss, we can express that there are 4 relevant aspects: the outcome of the period, the extraordinary deterioration of 141 million, the opinion of the auditor, as well as the situation of this imbalance in the budget. The outcome of the exercise of the period, this shows losses of 91 million euros, due mostly, as you know, to the accounting provision of the 141 of 90% of Barça Vision. If we don't take this provision into account, the outcome is positive in 12 million euros. That is something that the Commission celebrates as we are turning around the situation of losses that we've had recurrently in the club in recent years. In income, it's important to say that 23-24 period was the year that our first team went to Montjuic, which has led to an important drop of invoicing, of turnover of 103 million euros due to the lack of season ticket sales and ticketing, that is the sale of tickets, by 39 million. We hope that this impact will decrease as we slowly return to our own stadium. Now, this decrease has been compensated by the improvement by 23 million in the commercial area with the increase of sponsorships and the role of the BLM that deals with the merchandising, the sales of kit and jerseys. Also a loss from not reaching the The income is getting to the quarterfinals of the Champions League, and all of the costs has led to a reduction of the wage bill of 71 million as compared to the previous year, of course, and a reduction of management fees of 91 million. So the total expenses of 23-24 period is of 806 million euro, taking into account that 22-23 reached a maximum of 1,190. Therefore, the Commission would like to congratulate the board for this achievement. We also have to talk about the containment in investments and the use of players from the Masia. The amortization also has improved the situation of the team, of the roster, and this is not included in the accounting, and also the useful life, as we would say in accounting terms. These policies mean that the ratio of the sports costs versus income is below the 70% that is required from UEFA, placing us at exactly 55% far away from the 98% that we had in the 2021 season. Likewise, we should highlight that being very prudent in the calculation of this ratio, and only taking into account the most recurrent incomes, that is media, stadium, and sales, the ratio would continue to be below this 70% at 68%. Therefore, this is great news for the stability of the club, both for the present as well as for the future. So the ordinary results, the opinion of the Economic Commission is very positive, since it is the first year of economic sustainability in the ordinary activity. The Commission, however, stresses that there should be consolidation in the coming periods. Now we would like to talk about the extraordinary deterioration of the 141 million. The sale of 49% of Barça Vision gave us 408 million in 22-23. 208 were the revaluation of the asset, and the rest was the sale of 49% of the company. This valuation, together with the agreement signed with the new investors, the valuation of an independent party, and everything that we expected from tokens, NTFs, metaverse, etc. The uncertainty of these new markets and the delay of the implementation of these new digital assets does not take away from them becoming strategic assets of the club in the future, given the great social mass that the team has, considering that we have more than 400 million followers around the world. The investors that bought this 49% have led to a default on unpaid account, and for that reason we have seen the impairment this year as well as the coming year, even though this one is not demanded as of now. The report from last year, the Economic Commission talked about the uncertainty of this, but it was not completed. Therefore, the Economic Commission see this as an exercise of transparency with this impairment of 141 million, even though we insist, please, to finish the restructuring of the partners of the company with the income of new partners. This is a special point of vigilance on the part of the Economic Commission. Related to this aspect, the Commission in the report presents its opinion about the specific item of the exception of the opinion of the auditor because of the non-quantified view. This is obligated analysis on the part of the Commission of Article 58 of the bylaws. And as I said a few moments ago, the balance has 208 million for the participation of Bridgeport. The external Commission includes an exception, and that is the uncertainty in the value of that asset, and it also manifests that we do not know what it costs. It's important to highlight that these are accounting values and should not affect the cash flow of the club at any moment. In other words, neither in 22-23 did we have 408 million, nor have we had to pay 141 this year. The opinion of the Economic Commission, and according to the accounting norms, something such as this is defined by models of valuation. And we can consider with recent transactions with independence between the parts, or valuations such as the discount of cash flows or the calculation of the market costs. Now, respecting that among the different formulas of valuation that exist, the opinion of the auditor is based on the criteria of caution, even though the club justifies the value of 208 million euro based on the valuation of the most recent transaction with members that took place on the 6th of August. And a new investor has brought 25 million with a valuation of 408 million to the company. In this sense, the Economic Commission considers that the recent transaction between partners with our consolidated memoir is sufficiently objective to consider it as a valuation of this asset. On the date of this report, the Economic Commission has been informed of negotiations that are taking place for the arrival of these new investors that we will be following very carefully. And now we will move on to speaking of the situation of accounting of assets, and in a club such as ours, a sporting club such as ours, it is we do not have the explicit obligation of bringing about a balance, an equilibrium in the accounts, or to liquidate, and therefore it is important to prioritize the accounting goal. And as we also talk of the actions that make FC Barcelona as a unique example, being owned by its members as well as its brand and its assets. It means that traditional accounting in many cases does not include this, and it means that the patrimony of the club, the assets of the clubs and the members is much higher than what we can see strictly accounting terms. This refers to the value based on the value of football clubs. In this case, as we were already heard from Ferran, the prestigious Forbes in May of 24 gave a valuation of $5,500 for the club, 5,223 and 4,700 million. This places Barcelona, then Barça, as the third club in economic valuation. We in the Commission believe that it is extremely important for us to prioritize this need to strike a balance between what we have heard and, as compared to the budget, the extraordinary outcome of 23-24 represented, as we have heard before, 11 million as compared to the 12 that we have achieved this year. In general terms, then, the Commission considers that we have met what was expected of the budget in ordinary income. If we look at this in greater depth, we can see that the income of 894 have a deviation of an additional 300 million, which we have been explained. That is the effect of Montjuic on the one hand, but it has been compensated with more sales, and especially from BLM, as well as the income from players being loan to other teams. Now, because of a deviation of plus 13 of the wage bill of the team as a consequence of the differences between players hired and players sold, and the increase of costs that have to do with the generation of income for the sale of jerseys. To explain it very simply, if we sell more jerseys, we have to purchase more. The Commission also has been monitoring our other sports sections, and we highlighted two things. First of all, the important desire to promote women's sports, and especially women's football. And as we have seen, the great successes of the women's football team in 23-24. The section has a great growth from 8 million to 18 million, and this is the first time ever for the club. And as refers to the other sections of the club, the other sports sections, it highlights a reduction of the structural deficits in each one of those sports. In opinion of the Commission, then, taking into account the impact of the ordinary income that come from playing at the Montjuic Stadium, minus 3 million, and the efforts made in the area of expenses, as we said before, 191 plus 96. This is the first year of the economic sustainability of the ordinary activity of the club after many periods. And as we have mentioned, the Commission asks for this equilibrium to be achieved in the coming years. The next point has to do with the evolution of the net debt. La Liga establishes a proportion of the amount spent, and in this ratio in 23-24 we can see that we reach 68%. These 165 million does not include outstanding invoices from sponsors, and this also takes into account different definitions of the debt that diverge considerably based on the criteria of use, the criteria of eligibility, and of the 560 million of sports and banking debts referenced by the La Liga until coming to the liabilities and treasury or cash flow, and this includes the new Espai Barça. Now, if we look at the origin of Espai Barça and the structure of the utilizing this vehicle, the titling of assets without the possibility of going towards the assets of the club. So during the 23-24 period, the Commission has been informed periodically of the compliance of the stadium. You can see, if you go out, you can see how things are progressing. The evolution of the debt, therefore, is an aspect of constant revision and concern from the Commission, and we hope to prioritize the gradual reduction of the debt based on this. Other issues, other questions of interest is the ESG, based on the new norm of ESG criteria, environment, governance. This will mean a follow-up of the new norms or regulations concerning this issue. Remember that the beginning of the social aspect, this is part of the DNA and the unique nature of our club from its very beginning, because of its unmistakable contribution to society, which can be seen in many ways, but especially through the programs that are driven by the foundation in Catalonia and throughout the world. For example, Fundación Barça team of the Genuine League as an example of the commitment to diversity, equality and inclusion. In the area of sustainability created at the beginning of this term, in 2021 has developed policies in the areas of the 2030 agenda of the United Nations. In this sense, the policies of sustainability have developed policies in the area of energy savings, for example, substituting all of the lighting in the training area for others that have lower consumption, and the reuse, for example, of waste and the proper disposal of them, with a very important aspect of Spotify Camp Nou, where we reuse and we have recycled 100% of the concrete that was used in the stands and is used in the construction of the new stands, the new seating. And this is an example of the circular economy that can be applied. All of these measures have a growing impact at the economic level. Of course, directly, it means direct savings, but indirectly making the club much more attractive for sponsors, external collaborators, and even for the financial environment with the obtention of what is called green financing. The sum of all of these aspects have placed the club in a little less than 3 years to make it the 5th most sustainable club in the world by the prestigious ranking of sports sustainability, global sustainable benchmark in sports. Now, as a conclusion, the final conclusion of the report of the Commission, we would like to highlight 5 points. First, the effort made by the club in the area of costs and investment has turned out to be very positive. It's the first year that we have ordinary economic sustainability, and despite this, the situation has to be consolidated in the coming periods. Even though the company sees an exercise of transparency of the 141 million, we insist on ending the structure of the company by allowing the arrival of investors, which is especially relevant for the Commission this year. Third point, in reference to the Commission considers that the current relationship between shareholders that we see in the memoir is a reference that is sufficiently considerable to see it as the asset that remains in balance. And we insist, as in the previous period, the role of the shareholders to be able to improve the digital assets. Fourth, this Commission celebrates the important reduction of the wage bill and to follow the indications of UEFA being between 55 and 70%. And finally, we believe that we need to prioritize the gradual reduction of the debt based on the EBITDA and try to achieve that patrimonial balance of the club. And this is the final presentation that has to do with the 23-24 season. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Gràcies, senyor Rutalà, per la seva intervenció.
Thank you very much for your intervention. We now open the floor for interventions of this second point about the economic situation for the closing of the accounts for 23-24. There are 3 types of participation. One, that was done when we provided a form at the club. The second would be through video conferencing interventions, and the third would be directly in the room, in the auditorium. We will begin with the responses to those forms filled out on the website of the club. We begin with Luis Marin Creixell, who is 14,523 is his member number, and what is the reason for approving a period where the auditor says that more losses should be included? Ferran, well, as I explained before in my previous explanation, there are 2 parts here. One part is that when we decide that that there is an impairment of the 24 million, well, we carry out an exercise of total transparency, saying As I said before, it's a step back in order to take several steps forward. And, well, what we see is that there's a discrepancy with the valuation systems. And as Carmen has mentioned, we as a club have to continue to maintain the criteria of the value of the company, because we have a value that is comparable to 408 million as a company. I understand the role of the auditor. As I said before, the auditor has looked at the cash flow, but we have to maintain that we have, it's not comparable, because we have had an investor that has a partner that has come into the company, and that we have seen that the value of the company is what we say, 408 million, and that the compensation to 108 million. It's important that those that have the obligation of formulating the accounts is the club, not the auditor. And we are the ones that create the accounts, and we have to defend the assets of the club. We believe that we are right in all of this, and we couldn't do it any other way. If we did so, then we have an investor that's come in just 30 days ago and has given this value to the company. So, as I said before, this is a flexible aspect, and this negative item that we have had will be totally reverted, as well as our equity. Our own funds, excuse me. Mr. Franco Fornero Valles, 861 asks, given this, the exception of the auditor, the 206 million that cannot be currently attained, well, as we said before, I can't be in agreement that the debt is 2,600 million. And we said before, with the Professional Football League, we are at 500 and some million. And as we heard before from Carmen, Espai Barça is not included in the debt, because Espai Barça pays for Espai Barça and it finances itself. And it's like a box where we place all of the costs that the company has to create, to build this by, but also those that have trusted in FC Barcelona and that have bondholders, and they will receive income from the future stadium. The money that's gained is for the club, and the second is for the bondholders, and that have introduced the money, and a part goes to the club. So Barça has no responsibility concerning the debt that is generated by Espai Barça. These 2,600 million, therefore, this amount of 2,600 million is not correct. Now, concerning that exception from the auditors, well, we don't think we have to reformulate the accounts. And as I said, the position of the clubs with the defense of this board on the decisions made concerning Bridgewood. Remember, we have brought in a shareholder recently, but there are other shareholders that have trusted in the company, and there are already 55 million in cash that we cannot depreciate this company at any moment. And what we will do is to make the effort in the coming months to revert these negative funds that we have, and in the intermediate, in December, part of this will be reverted, and we expect that at the end of this season we will have been able, these own funds, because of the Bridgewood effect, will be overcome. And as I told you before, the desire to update the number that we have of our delegate members is 896. Another question that has come through the form on the website, it's from 1,435, Paula Moraya Tapias, who asks, the economic losses of this period indicate that the board should that they would need to evaluate. Could you give me a response to this? Well, based on the change of the law of sports, the guarantee has disappeared, but this would not be necessary, because what this committee has done, what this board has done, is to improve the situation. From 2021, when we came in, we have improved with our own funds, we have improved the P&L, the debt, we have improved things in every way, so the improvement is extraordinary since 2021 until the present, so there hasn't been an impairment of the economic situation of the club.
Thank you. Let's carry on with the next question asked by member 45,767, Juan Castaño Turbo, who asked the little economic transparency and the numbers questioned by the consultant firm hired by the club do you consider this generating a feeling that this club is being managed as a community of owners, as in the La que se avecina television series? Well, let me say so that La que se avecina is one of the TV series I like the most. It's a great TV show. I love the comparison, but let me say that what we have done is an exercise of amazing transparency. Everything that we have presented to you is an improvement of a situation we inherited in 2021, which, as I said earlier, was a situation of bankruptcy or arrangement with creditors for any company in order to reach the situation of equity balance that we are today, darkened somewhat by this component of the provisional impairment of the 94 million entailed by Bridgewood. The exercise of transparency made by this club is significant. I have never seen any company in the years I have been dealing with companies with the level of transparency shown by Football Club Barcelona. But let me say one more thing. We must get used to this. Companies such as Barça have auditors. Our auditors are constantly in the club. They are part and parcel of the staff of this club. They make us, it means that they are continually accessing our accounts, and what has happened now is just a slight discrepancy, which, yet again, in the coming months will be modified. These negative own funds we have now, which is our concern now, will be reverted in the coming months, the 91 million, and by the end of the year they will be reverted in full. Let's continue with the sixth question, referred by member number 58,467, José María Segel Simal, who asks, why do the main auditing firms do not want to audit the club's statements? Well, this is not the case. This is not true. I do think that José María Gil is saying that the big four, the big auditing firms, it is true that due to reputational reasons do not want to audit not just Barça, any club. Most auditing firms for years made the decision to steer clear from the world of football, not just here in Spain but also in Europe. There are several big fours who do not audit clubs, but we have a queue of auditing firms who want to audit the club's finances. Member number 99601, Tomás Pon Echeverría, asks, first of all, President Laporte said that we would obtain net profit at the end of the 2023-2024 season, when actually net losses of 91 million have been recorded. Why do we see a positive result? What is not correct? And secondly, he asks, could you please explain, Mr. Laporte, what happened with the lever for the sale of 49% of Barça Media? We were told that we would receive 200 million. Well, once again, the ordinary profit, the ordinary result was a profit. Mr. Laporte said what he said, but we've already explained it thoroughly. I'm referring to the impairment of the extraordinary result. entailing the default by our partners in relation to their commitments because of their shares in the company. We fulfilled our part, and this is the fundamental part, the ordinary result. The ordinary result, and I will say so as many times as is needed, is the critical part of a company, the part which means there will be no impairment, no more creation of debt. We managed it. This management board and Mr. Laporta attained goal number 1 of our term of office, which was to revert the situation in the ordinary accounts or statements. We already referred to the impairment that we created of 140 million, 141 in relation to the payments that had to be made by our partners. Member number 827, Joan Lagent Vidal, asks, I read the audit report and the financial statements of the club sent to me, and I have not seen any note stating that there has been a consolidated version of the statements. Having read the call, I believe that you are submitting for individual approval these accounts. So what financial statements will be subject to approval? Well, we must apologize. We didn't explain this very well. When we submit the accounts for your approval, these are the consolidated statements of the club. It could be no other way. Nowadays, we have investees that are part of the scenario of the club's accounts. So we do present the consolidated statements. Apologies for that, because it was not all that clear, and we only focus on each part of the club, but no, these are the consolidated statements. Mr. Josep Continente Prats asks, member number 5047 asks, the President stated on several occasions that not attaining goals will have its consequences. In the sport level, we saw that with Mr. Hernandez and Grimao not continuing. So bearing in mind that in the previous assembly we approved a net profit result of plus 8 million and the board is submitting a net loss of 91 million, what are the consequences of not fulfilling this goal? As we already said, I think it's the same answer. The foundation was the ordinary result. The extraordinary result is just a snapshot that is not fixed. These 94 million will be modified, and there is a process of due diligence with several companies, one of them a listed company, that will allow us to revert the situation in the next few months. So I insist, in the intermediate statements in December, the mid-year statements, we are compelled to do so, part will already be resolved. We will see that reflected in the audit, in the auditor's opinion too. 122096, Mr. Joan Costa asks, Dear Management Board, I would like to refer to you to the loss of 141 million relating to Barça Vision. It seems to affect the excellent positive results achieved so far. How can you explain the situation? How do you believe this should be resolved? Thank you. Visca Barça, Visca Catalunya. Well, along the same lines, as I have been saying so far, we must distinguish the ordinary result. The ordinary result is the most important part, and this extraordinary result is due to the impairment of collection from our partners of 141 million, allowing us to reach a negative loss at the end of the year. This situation will be reverted in the next upcoming months. In relation to the question made by Mr. Joaquin Costa Riguera, member number 1073, he asked two, the second of which will be answered by Vice President Elena Fort. The AOB section of the agenda, because it does not pertain to this part, but in relation to items 1, 2 and 3, will they be, if they voted against, what would happen? Well, we would have a problem, especially because the exception provided by the auditor is not quantifiable. We do not have value given by the auditor, a value of quantitative impairment of the company. And that is why our reasoning is that we must maintain the value of the company because of the reasons mentioned, especially because we have a comparative value where a shareholder joined the company and assessed it at that value. If this were not approved, we would have a problem because we would have to restate the statements and take the restated statements to an upcoming assembly, to another assembly. Mr. Santiago Mas de Xaixas Faus, member number 66367, asks, do you believe that the fact that the member can only ask in writing until Wednesday, the 16th of October at 7 p.m. about documentation received just 10 days ago with such a small level of detail? Because only a PowerPoint presentation of 12 to 18 pages is submitted with graphic and very little detail, and a report with units of 11 pages. With such level of detail, do you make decisions at the club, or do you have access to more information than this? I can answer that question, if that's okay, Ferran. The club provides different methods of participation to the delegate members. Sending questions in asking prior to the assembly is just one of them. Next, and following these preliminary questions, the delegate members can ask all kinds of questions in relation to the subject matter, those present here in person or those attending electronically. Also available at all member delegates, the individual and consolidated financial statements are at the disposal of all of them in order to review the activity, including summary of the activity, highlighting all the significant facts. And there were 2 sessions, informational sessions, in order to address personally any queries or concerns of the members. I wouldn't say the exact number, but I think 100 delegate members voted on that, an important number. And 10 days. 10 days are according to the bylaws. This is the way we've done it. So this brings us to the end of this first round of questions submitted in writing by means of the form provided by the club. And now we open the floor for any questions to be made via video conferencing means. I would like to remind all members that any questions should address this item on the agenda. So I would kindly ask the organizers to prepare the video conferencing system. This is the beginning of the questions over the video conferencing system. The first question will be by Eduardo Calvet Alsina, member number 30042. Hi, good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. Yes, please, go ahead. Thank you. The question I would like to pose is related to Barça Vision. It has been said that its value provided by the member board is 408 million, but in my view, this is ungrounded because it is based on there being one last shareholder, Aramark, that would validate this value. But we are saying that Aramark is an interested party of the club as the former suppliers that were guarantors of the board in the past. So these valuations should not be considered, in my view. My question would be as follows. Bearing in mind, as has been said, that this is a gold mine, I cannot understand how it can be so difficult to consolidate this operation. And what I do not understand, according to the information out there, stating that the withdrawal of the members along with Orfeo could occur unless an agreement has been reached whereby their contribution would be made and guaranteed it would be made. They cannot withdraw themselves, and if so, how can it be that Orfeo will be a refund of the 10 million that they had put according to information published. So, what kind of agreement has been made with these companies, allowing them to withdraw themselves without fulfilling their commitments? In any transaction, commitments must be met. Thank you. The next question will be made by Mr. Albert Ivan Martinez, member number 29542. Mr. Ibarz, please switch on your camera. Next, the next question will be asked by Mr. Xavier Sala Martín, member number 60334.
Hola, hola.
Hi.
Endavant, sisplau. Sentiu, sí. A veure...
Let's see.
Tinc 3 punts. M'agradaria fer 3 punts.
There are 3 things I would like to say. First of all, I think that we are focusing too much attention on the auditor's exception. Because although it is true that the auditor says, and I literally read, so all of these considerations lead us to believe that we should not maintain this valuation, that is 408 million. It is also true that the next phrase, the same auditor says, we have not been able to quantify, to objectively quantify this value. So in one way or another, the auditor is saying, I suspect that Barça Studios is not valued at 408 million, but I don't really know how much it should be valued at. I suspect it might be a little bit less, but I don't know how much. That is to say, all of those of you who want to restate the accounts, if the accounts are restated and it is stated that this company is valued at 407 instead of 408, then everybody will have to say yes, because the auditor cannot say no to 407, where they just said they have no idea at how much it should be valued. So, any reduction should be accepted, but go for 408 to 407 would be irrelevant because of the state of the economy of the club. So I think we are focusing too much on something that I think is irrelevant. Second, what does seem to me to be very relevant is the reduction, the drastic reduction in expenses. This is what really shows us how sustainable the club is. And remember that a few days, a few weeks before the end of the term of office, Mr. Bartomeu reduced the contracts of some players to improve the numbers of his board, but instead he extended the agreements, he increased the salaries, and all that big snowball was seen, the results of which were seen in 2022 and 2021. That's why we have not been able to reduce the salaries during the first 2 years of this term of office. And obviously the players didn't want to see their salaries reduced. It's only logical. Now, for the very first time in 2024, we have seen a reduction, a drastic reduction, a significant reduction in the sport expenses. If you reduce the sport expenditure, then the question would be, why don't we see a hike in profit? If there's a reduction in expenses, why don't we see an increase in profit? Well, that we have not seen an increase in profit because we went to play to Montjuic. In other words, because of playing in Montjuic, or thanks to the fact that we're building a new stadium, the income from the stadium has gone down 100 million. If you compare the salary levels from 2022 before going to Montjuic, they were 100 million more, 229 million compared to 126 this year. So we are lacking 100 million. If, or when we come back to the stadium, when this temporary decrease in profit or in income gets recovered, even if we only recover the level we had in 2022, that would be 100 million, and we wouldn't be even talking about Aramark or exceptions or difference between profit, ordinary profit or extraordinary profit, because we would have 100 euros more. So let's not try to theorize that things are going really poorly when we're just talking about a temporary drop that will revert itself when we come back at the stadium. And of all these people that complain about drops in and decreases in profit, an important part of this responsibility is down to each and every one of you, because we have seen this drop of 100 million because many of us did not buy our season ticket to go to Montjuic. So, if there is someone to blame, I would say we are all to blame. And the third thing I would like to say is the accounts. Accounting is not a science. Accounting is a host of arbitrary rules, often incomprehensible, that cannot always reflect the economy of the club. I'm an economist. I'm not an accounting expert. And sometimes what the accountants do is outwardly. For example, the book value of Coutinho, Dembélé, Griezmann was 340 million, because accounting rules state that the value of the players is the price you pay, but this trio, Coutinho, Dembélé, Griezmann, that was valued at 340, there was another trio, Messi, Busquets, Xavi, where they told us that the value was zero, because the value of acquisition was zero. So these accounting experts say that all of these players that we have, but have developed their career here, are valued at zero. This may seem, valuing machines at price of acquisition may seem reasonable in those companies that have machines, but in the world of football, it generates tremendous distortions such as the ones we see today. Earlier, it was said that the value of Barça, once we consider players, the brand, the number of fans and followers, had gone from 4.7 billion to 5.6 billion in 2024, an increase of 20% over a 4-year period. Does someone really believe that we're in a catastrophic situation when Forbes, the American company, says that Barça has increased its value in 20%? What are we talking about? So I have the feeling that we are yet again at a time when we have a team that is valued at a lot, but when accounting experts say they value at zero, Lamine Yamal, Casador, Bernal, Fermin, Gabe, Cubarsí, experts say they're valued at zero, and we're talking about players who just, Lamine Yamal alone, who would get 250 million. That would probably be the real value, whereas the book value is zero. How much are these players valued at? 400, 500, 600 million? Once you consider the real value of these players, I'm certain that talking about Aramark and all of these things is just trivial. Accounting plays a very small role in the real economic image of a club. And this reminds me of another situation, another story, another time in the history of this club where the same happened. Mr. Salah, one moment. I'm about to finish. You were told that the accounts had suffered impairment, that everything was a disaster with censorship actions, and at that time we have Messi, valued zero, Puyol, valued zero, Vitor Valdés, valued zero, Xavi, Iniesta, Pedrito. All of these values were valued at zero according to the accounting experts, but according to the real value, the value of the club, those players had great value. Why? Because the value of the club is that they bring titles, and all of these guys brought us 10 titles, 4 Champions League, so on and so forth, okay? So let's be very careful in focusing too much on an aspect of the club's economy, the accounts, and ignore the real value of the club, which is not accounted for. And as an economist, I believe we should consider it. Thank you. Next, Mr. Marcos Escaño Velasco, member number 112227. Hi, good morning. My name is Marcos Escaño. I will be brief. I have a question about the club's financing. The arrival of external investors, such as Bridgewood, has been problematic with defaults and outstanding payments. What measures are being implemented in order to avoid further delinquency cases, and what measures are being implemented against Libero because of their default? No more questions for this item number 2. So this brings us to the end of the questions over the video conferencing system. Next, we will proceed to answer these questions. I will give the floor to Mr. Ferran Oliver. As for the question of Mr. Eduardo, member number 30042, the 408 millions of the members of the management board are not grounded. Who would value? But Dinamarca is interested in the club, so these assessments of valuation should not be considered. So my question is, considering that you say this is a gold mine, how can it be so difficult to consolidate this operation? Socios Protocom and Orfeo cannot be ratified unless an agreement has been reached. How can we return the money? What kind of agreements are made with these companies that can withdraw themselves without fulfilling their commitments? Let's take it one step at a time. Valuation. As I have already said to you several times, there is no universal system for valuing companies. When you buy a company, there are different valuation methods that you can follow, okay? There are 2, basically. One is the cash flow system, and the other thing is what a shareholder is willing to pay because they believe in the future of the company. And the other would be EBITDAs by multipliers, but in this case, this is not pertinent. So, the 2 parts confront each other. The auditor says there's a cash flow that has not generated activity, but the auditor sees that there's a shareholder that has valued that company. Also, Xavier Salamartí just said so. The auditor is not capable of saying what is the company's depreciation. So, when faced with this criteria, we need to value the tangible criteria. And the only tangible criteria is that a partner was willing to pay a certain amount for that company. Now, with respect to Aramark, if I may say so, it's not any company. Aramark is a company with a turnover of 15 billion. It's the company with the biggest turnover in the food and beverage sector, with different lines of action in different types of businesses other than F&B. So we're not talking about a small company. It's a solvent company going through a compliance process, a due diligence process, and this gives us strength in the appraisal value of our company. For a company of this size, they believed in it, and obviously it has an unquestionable value. On the other hand, we have the auditor who doesn't quite say what the real depreciation value of the company is. Had the auditor said, well, I see 20%, or this is my criteria, we could talk about it. But the auditor says, yes, but they don't quite say what the quantification is. So in our criteria, we must defend the interests of the club, especially FC Barcelona, when it comes to the asset of its to the value of its assets. As for what role of the partners is and what actions are taken, the 2 initial partners were Orfeus and Socios.com. Socios.com is still in the company. Following this assembly, we will meet with them. Up to now, they have been fulfilling their obligations, and we'll say, what do you expect to do? Are you going to continue or not? If not, they will need to sell their shares to another shareholder, and if not, we will need to file a legal claim, as we have done with the case of Libero. In the case of Libero, there is ongoing litigation for the last 6-7 months. So we will bring action against those who do not make the necessary payments. It is true that a small shareholding interest of Orfeus was bought by the club, thinking in the value of the club. That's another possibility. If the shareholder doesn't want to continue and we truly believe in this company, we prefer to keep it, because this will be a benefit in the future when when we make a distribution of dividends from a company that we believe in. We truly believe they will be one of the pillars of the future of Barça. Mr. Albert Ibars, I cannot see the question. No, he didn't. He connected, but he was unable to ask his question. So let's move on to the next one by Mr. Salamartín. Mr. Salamartín didn't really ask a question. He just made a presentation, and I agree with his remarks. The auditor's exception is what it is. As we said, he does not quantify that value. So we agree with everything that Xavier Salamartí said. Mr. Marcos Caño asks about financing and the entry of investors as being problematic. What measures are made for future cases of delinquency and in relation to Libero? In relation to Libero, we already brought a legal claim against them, and we're in the middle of that process. Bear in mind that Libero a year ago owed us 40 million. Right now, they only owe us 15, because a part is what Libero sold to Aramark. Thank you, Ferran. I would just like to say that the organizers tell me that Mr. Albert Ibars, who connected seconds later, and he was unable to ask his question. So this brings us to the end of this second round of questions over the video conferencing system. Next, we will move on to the questions made in the room. So the delegate members in the room can already raise their hands to ask any questions, and we will give you the floor from here. Whenever you are given the floor, there will be an attendant who will bring a microphone to you so that you can ask your questions. I kindly remind you that you can only ask about this item on the agenda. And we will be answering your questions in blocks of 5 questions. Let us start.
I remind you also to please say state your name and the number of member. 6789. 6789 is my number as a member. So 982 is my number. One Lacken is 827. Yes, 827. Sorry, but I haven't got it on me. Well, first of all, let me explain to you, and I'm not going to go on for long. I'm only going to give a brief introduction and then a question. And after the response, I will not respond or react. Could you kindly stand up, please? Yes, I would like to tell you what I have done. I received the call for today and the agenda. And it didn't say what financial states were being approved. So well, I looked to see for the information, and it included the yearly accounts, the consolidated accounts, etc. And I said, all right, well, let me begin with the individual ones. Individually, the auditor explained what it done, and FC Barcelona explains what are the principles that have been behind the formulation of the accounts, and they've explained the principles and how the accounts were drawn. And I think that's wonderful. The auditor explained exactly what they were doing, and I thought it was fine. There were no exceptions, and FC Barcelona explained everything. Wonderful. I went to the consolidated accounts, and there I noticed that in the individual it referred to the consolidated, but individual doesn't know what's going on with the consolidated. If that's the case, please, you can respond, but later. But I continue looking at the consolidated. I look at the opinion, And let's take into account that the opinion of the auditor was from the 1st of October. The formulation of accounts was on the 30th of September. Therefore, as Mr. Ferran says, the auditor was with you until the last moment. He was able to hear everything that you were able to explain and was able to ask any questions. So, in the sense that you say, Mr. Laporta, I asked in an assembly if there would be a limit in the scope, and you told me there wouldn't be, and you asked the auditor there, and you explained whatever. And I looked at the yearly accounts, and I see that not much is explained on the part of the company, on your part. The famous bridge work issue was not explained, and so I am grateful that the auditor had included this exception, because I don't quite understand what happened. If we hadn't had the opinion of the auditor, perhaps you explained yesterday perfectly well, and I went to the informative board, and you were transparent, and I congratulate you for the explanation you gave yesterday as well as today. And I understand that this explanation given by you would be very difficult to explain in the notes of the notified financial statements, and we as members, and we're in an assembly now, well, this has been explained perfectly well, and all of the members know what has happened, but not from the notes that were included, but from what you explained. And so instead of saying here that accounting is worthless, well, that is not the case. The accounting that is done, all of the countries of IBEX from everywhere, all the listed companies, they, well, we know that there's a language there that has to be understood. Many say, well, accounting is a pain, but we have to understand it because it's a language. And therefore, to conclude, what I'm saying is I'd like to congratulate you for the explanations, and that I also congratulate the auditor for having placed this note so that everyone would be aware of this situation, and for all of us to be aware of that in an exercise of transparency. You didn't explain it in the notes to the financial statements, but it was explained on the first page of the auditor's report. So I have no problem with this, and I give value both to the accounting and all of the accounting principles that have been used, as well as the opinion of the auditor, and that's all. So my question is this: if the auditor had not added that exception, would you have explained the Bridgewood situation in such detail? And I would be in agreement then. So another intervention. And now, there are more. Yes, there is one more intervention from the room. Joan Gaspard, 991. If you would please stand, please. First, I will give a brief introduction as well before my question. You didn't pay any attention to my last intervention in the previous assembly, and I see that you continue with the telematic system. But in point number 8, I would like to make a proposal to the Vice President Elena to see 900 is a lot. It's a lot, and we have to see out of how many? How many delegate members are here? These are the 900 that we have here, and I'd like to thank all of them, because I think it's a great effort for them to be here and connected telematically. In point 2 of this economic report, it is not an issue that is only economic. It's an issue that has to do with the economic part, of course, the sporting and social aspects. And very little importance is being given to this when we talk about the Espai Barça. Mr. Olivet has explained that the debt of Espai Barça did not just come from the heavens and with the money for it to take place, to happen. but there is a debt, and some would like to add this debt, and I agree with you that it shouldn't be, but if it was add, well, okay, it's fine. But I would like to remind you, and that's why I'm a senator, because of the many years I've been in the club, when we did the no camp, the members of the club, they insulted, you're going to, President, this is going to bankrupt us. Why do we need a new stadium? Well, I would like to congratulate this board. What made me suffer the most when I was vice president of Mr. Núñez, I'll never forget this, but he's my president. That's the important thing. And since he's my president, I have to recognize the bravery, the courage of this board, whether it's economic, social, management, it doesn't matter. If the Camp Nou hadn't been built back then, we'd be playing in Cornellà, Sabadell, Terrassa, but we wouldn't be playing in the Champions, and it's thanks to the Camp Nou that we were able to do that. And there were people who were brave enough to buy not only the land for the stadium itself, but buying other land nearby. Now let's see. This is an issue of confidence. You can talk as long as you want. The delegate members are in their homes and they have to come to the conclusion of trust. If there's trust, then there's no doubt that we have to prove the accounts. If there isn't trust, well, then we can spend the entire morning debating this. I would like to say to the President, and since I've just met him, but we have some stars on the pitch, but we also have some stars here. And this gentleman that I have never met is a star. Ferran Oliver, you have explained exactly. I mean, I'm sure everyone has understood it because you've explained it so clearly. And from this point on, this trust takes us where? Should we be concerned? Should we be worried? No. Should we be aware? Yes, of course. Delegate members, a year from now, we're going to celebrate our 125th anniversary. Let's do it united. Let's do it together. That's important. And those that are not here, but I also congratulate you. But it shows that FC Barcelona is alive. There are many that would like to be presidents of FC Barcelona. That other club that I'm not going to mention, they don't have this problem. You know, if there's a problem with the president there, they don't take it into account. But here, we're allowed to say what we believe. But we have to be careful on the discrepancies, that it's not because of jealousy, but we have to try to have this trust above the discrepancies, and that's important because this can go beyond us and it can speak to weaknesses that we may have. So I would like to congratulate you. But I mean, I had never met this gentleman, Mr. Oyer, but he is a superstar, and I don't. You explained it very well as well, but he explained it even better than you do, Mr. President. But in any case, I would vote for yes. I will vote yes. I won't do what others have done. I will not tell the delegate members what they have to do. Others have said it. Delegate members, you have to vote this way or that. But I believe that the delegate members, well, with hearing what they've heard, they have to have trust to vote. And I'm not going to hide that. It's not presential here. We're not in person here, but people have to do what they think is the best. Think of Barça, think of the unity of Barça, and from here on, well, it will be what it will be. So, long live Barça.
We
now, to close the questions in the room, Well, let me thank Mr. Gaspar for his intervention. I accept the criticism. I accept the criticism as for the problem that there has been between the telematic and the in-person meetings. Of course, we will have more assemblies that will be in person from now on, but we have considered President Gaspar, using telematics because it's economically sustainable, most of all because there is a greater participation. We are seeing that there is an important number of participants, and it's also because it's more universal. People can connect from anywhere in the world. I understand that we've had all these interventions because the delegate members that are following the assembly already have a clear idea of how they should vote on these issues, and I thank Mr. Gaspar for his tone and his intervention, and I agree with his words. So before beginning to respond to the questions, I would like to update the number of delegate members that are accredited at this General Assembly. It's 927 delegate members. I'm being told from the organization that is the record of attendance in a telematic assembly, and I think we all have to congratulate ourselves for the attendance at this assembly. Then let us move on to the first and only question that we have in this turn. Yes, thank you. We met at the last meeting, but I agree. The way we present the accounts, well, I think we need to be clearer and talk about how things are getting complicated. We have a club that has an important turnover, and we are presenting the accounts and we are presenting the consolidated accounts. So this gives you the opportunity of reading it. I understand this is something that we have to improve. I mean, I've been reading it and I'm in this, but those who see this, you see the companies that are represented and then the consolidated. So when we talk about BLM and the impact of Bridgewood in the future, well, we have to be very careful with this and explain it separately. But you said those that have made the decision of provisioning these amounts have been ourselves. We've done that. We could have continued delaying and postponing these payments, but since we truly believe in this company, we cannot be continuing impairing, and the company has to move forward. That's what I said before. Let's take one step back so we can take several steps forwards, and of course this has to be explained. And what I have explained, well, has had as its main idea the provision as well as the exception. I have to say that yesterday I received a call from the auditor congratulating me because I had explained his vision clearly as he had expressed it. So the auditor was not able to attend today, but he could have been here. And we have an excellent relationship, but we have to get accustomed to this, that there is a variety of opinions. There's a disparity of opinions. Our opinion was one of strength because we strongly believe in the value of this company, and there was no other choice than to evaluate it as such. If the auditor had placed an emphasis saying that the company is not worth this amount and worth so much, well, that would have been another story. But here we have been able to maintain that comparison of the value for the members that have joined. Let's see if this is working. Yes. Yesterday I said, and I also thanked Uriola Mat who explained this, so the transparency that has come from the board with your voice, I want to congratulate you for having explained it as well as you have, and that's all. Thank you. And as far as transparency, it's true, but it's also very difficult to explain. And let's see if in the future how we can do this, and that's it. That's it. I'm not going to say anything else. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your participation. Now, before moving on to the vote, I would like to give the floor to our president, who would like to say a few words about this specific point of our agenda. Mr. President. Yes, thank you, Secretary. I would just like to say, as is obvious, the board that I preside, what we're asking for is a favorable vote of the accounts that are being presented for your approval. And most of all for our institutional stability, also because it will be a sample of us remaining united for the interests of FC Barcelona, and also because by approving the accounts, we are given the strength that we need to face all of these important challenges that we have before us. I'm talking about Espai Barça, returning to the stadium. I'm talking about the recovery of Barça Vision, and of continuing to promote the sale of merchandise and jerseys that, as I have said, it is one of our companies that is going extremely well. So I think that this will allow us to continue having a competitive team, and most of all because these accounts reflect a favorable evolution of the economy of the club. And that's all. Thank you. Thank you, President. And I remind you that at this moment you have these devices. Those have been accredited. You have this device. So before beginning with the vote, we will show you a video with the instructions of how voting should take place. The video, please.
Moltes gràcies per la seva atenció.
A partir d'aquest moment bloquegem l'accés.
At this moment, we will block the entrance to the auditorium, and now we will begin with the vote for this point of our agenda. I would ask all of the delegate members that are following us telematically to press the button for voting that will appear on the screen. From this moment on, we will give everyone 10 minutes for the voting and the recount. The delegate members that are here, you can now press the button on your devices. And please, I would ask no one to stand until you have voted. So please, let us begin with a vote.
Si qualsevol dels presents a la
If any of those present would like to go to the toilets, now is the time to do so.
Sisplau, sisplau.
Please take your seats. Please start taking back your seats, because very soon we will be sharing the results of the vote with you, and we will continue with the next item of the agenda of this Ordinary General Assembly of the club. So please take your seats. Please take your seats. We are about to resume the assembly shortly. In the meantime, before the organizers share with us the result of the vote, let me say that, as I mentioned, our idea was to break for lunch at 2 o'clock and finish the 3 items on the agenda. Unless we speed things up, that will be difficult. So I hope that by 2:30 we can stop for lunch.
Passo, doncs.
Next, I would like to inform you of the result of the vote. When 927 members, delegates are in attendance, 452 votes in favor, 156 votes against, blank votes 25. In light of this result, I approve the settlement of the 2023-2024 fiscal year. Let's move on now to the next item on the agenda, corresponding to the report and approval, if pertinent, of the budget for the financial year for the season 2024-2025. Once again, I ask Mr. Ferran Oliver to address you as the treasurer of this club. Well, first of all, thank you very much for your trust. Thank you for approving the accounts of the 2023-2024 fiscal year. Thank you. This has been a complex season because of the extraordinary results generated by the impairment of Bridgewood, but as I said earlier, we will endeavour, and this will be probably one of the most important companies of the club. Let's move on now to focus on the 2024-2025 season. This year will not bore you so much as I did earlier. This is shorter, simpler, and we will do as we did earlier. First, a snapshot. As you can see, how we submit to you, how we present income and expenditure. Income will be more or less the same ones for the 2023-2024 season. No big changes. As long as the stadium is in this condition, there cannot be great differences. And we will maintain them at a very similar level of expenses of 866 compared to 873. The financial result, thanks to the improvement we have seen in the ordinary result, will reduce progressively from minus 15 to minus 13. The ordinary result will maintain the same along these lines, but obviously it will be a positive result. Having said that, excluding company tax with a net result of 5 million. Let's have a look at the breakdown. At the end of the season, applying the same system, we have the real closure of the 23-24 and the budget for the 24-25 season. Let's focus on the stadium. This time, we see a stadium where we will go back at some point during the season at the Spotify Camp Nou. This entails an increase in income. We are quantifying this increase in 28 million. This is something we will end up deciding when we finally make the decision to go back at the stadium. Media, it remains the same. Income from televisions will maintain with the same assumption. We take on the assumption of La Liga and the Champions League, so we expect to reach quarterfinals. These are the proposals we make for our budget. As for commercial, we will see a big difference. This difference between 374 million at the end of the previous season and 446 for this season is a difference of 72 million. Allow me to explain why this is due to. This is due to, on the one hand, BLM, the merchandising, the stores, and sponsors. The part pertaining to sponsors will be maintained. The idea is to have more income, but the big change is in BLM. Here we see the new sponsor the club will have for this season, 2024-2025. And we are including the increase in income thanks to this new sponsor. Allow me not to say anything in this regard. This is being still negotiated, and there's confidentiality that we must respect. Transfers and loans. As I said earlier, this is an exercise of transparency, but we must be realistic. We value that this year, for starters, our transfers will stand at 22 million, because in this first part of the season, these are the only ones. What we cannot do is consider that we will get more by the end of the season. This would be like putting some makeup on the numbers. So this is what we have right now, the 22 million. With respect to the sale of assets and other recurrent income, as you will recall, I said that these were provisions for lawsuits that we had in the past and that had been recovered, because we've seen a favorable result for the club. Most of these lawsuits occurred in the previous season. Now there are not so many, so the result is lower in income to what we had before. Salaries. This is the most significant challenge for us. We have gone very far, the 56%, the magic figure. Our idea is to maintain that number, to increase up to 510. It will be difficult. It is true that we have 994 valued by transfer market. That's the value of our players, but we must maintain the wage bill at this amount. We cannot increase it as long as we're not able of increasing our income. In this situation, you may say, but we have young players and they will be asking for more money. Yes, indeed. We will need to be skillful to maintain that balance. We cannot spend any more than what we earn, because this is the asset of the club, the wealth of the club. This will be the task of DECO in the coming years, to maintain this exciting team, but also maintaining the salary level we have today. Non-sporting matters. We've already seen the increase of BLM. The increase in its staff for the sale of more clothes has resulted in the opening of stores. We already have the staff, so now we don't need much more. It's already there, so we don't expect an increase in non-sporting salaries. Management expenses. We're telling BLM that we need to sell more clothes, so we need to buy more clothes, so we will continue with the same dynamic. We will need to buy more to sell more. So this will increase the expenditure. Other expenses, that was the hodgepodge of different amortizations that we value or we consider will be reduced over time. So overall, we see a budget of continuity. Nowadays, we can see that the budget for the 2024-2025 season will continue along the lines of the previous one, with the idea of obtaining a positive net income. And this is where the management board needs to give it all. We cannot revert this situation that has been so difficult for us to revert. We've suffered a lot over the past 3 years because of the tolls we had to pay, because of all the expenses we've inherited from the past. We must maintain the current situation. And this leads us to an ordinary result of 7 million, and following payment of taxes, 5 million. Let's go back to what I described to you earlier, the evolution of the sports cost. The sporting cost, or at least the first part of the job has been done now. Now we need to maintain it, keep it. We went through, I already said that we exceeded 98% with respect to the income of the club, and right now we've reached 56%. Next year, we will see a slight increase because maintaining this staff will be difficult. But we must maintain the same level of management that has been led by Mateo and Deco in maintaining the quality standards and us being a successful club. But we must also maintain those things that at other times in the club we've had, to increasing the salaries of players spectacularly, leading problems of survival in the future. We must avoid that. And the last one shows the budget for investments in the 2024-2025 season. Here I would like to highlight sport-related investments, 76 million, including the expenses in the case of the signing of Olmo and other players that we've signed, not just for the first team, but in the other sections too. That's the investment in the sport activities and non-sporting investment. You must bear in mind that Barça encountered another problem when we arrived, I did not mention earlier. In addition to all of the characteristics of the financial problem we had, there was another added problem, which was divestment. The club had a strong, tangible divestment in the shape of football pitches and other areas of the club. Nowadays, in this dynamic of stabilizing the ordinary result, we must face investments. Allow me to give you an example that I shared with other delegate members. I said the store, that is the one managed by BLM, we did not have the ordinary tool to manage the account in tune with the current times, an RPR as it is called. Nowadays we had to make investments like that, IT investments. All of this is recorded under these 25 million. To conclude, this budget is a budget of absolute continuity with respect to what we have achieved. Nowadays, we have the foundations to make this building bigger. And this year's budget will be in line with the previous one, a rigorous one. Thank you very much.
Permetin-me un breu parèntesi.
let me inform you, because the organizers have just let me know that, as mentioned, the people registered were 927, but we ignored the quorum of voters, 647. So, over the 647, we had, as I said, the results are the same: 452 in favor, 156 against, and 25 blank votes. The approval rate has been 71.41%. Next, we will continue with the third item on the agenda. I would kindly ask the Vice President of the Economic Commission, Carme Hurtala, to read the report in accordance with Article 58 of the club's bylaws. President, members of the board, dear delegate members, and all Barcelona fans, greetings once again. The Economic Commission has issued a report for the third item on the agenda, the budget for the economic year corresponding to the 2024-2025 season. This report is issued in accordance with the situation established in point D of Article 58 of the club's bylaws. The budget, as we just saw, consolidates the sustainability of the ordinary activity of the club with the obtainment of a net result of €5 million without extraordinary results, as well as an operating profit of 20 million and an EBITDA of 95 million. When it comes to income, the budget foresees €893 million, practically equaling the income from the previous season. However, we must also highlight that the composition, the breakdown of this income varies positively with respect to the 2023-2024 season. And it is much more, in this case, they are much more recurrent. The 28 million for the stadium, allegedly contemplating the return to the Spotify Camp Nou, or the 72 million for commercial. These income are recurrent income, very healthy income that will come year after year, not just a one-off thing, as we have seen in other situations. The benefit for transfers are expected at 22 million euros, and in relation to them, we must say that at the time of drafting this report, the club had already reached 64% of this number. In relation to expenses, the budget contemplates 873 million euros, according to the maintainment of the policy of expense containment, which consolidates a level of constant expenditure that is sustainable, that allows to strengthen a positive result of the club. Along these lines, the wage bill is maintained at the levels of the previous year. Therefore, the result of the ratio budgeted by the sport cost over income is 57%. As the one attained in the previous year, maintaining it within the ranges recommended by UEFA. We must also highlight the policy for investments on the various professional teams, especially with a clear trend of taking advantage of young talent creating in the academy as a result of the investment into the academy football, allowing us to constantly renovate and revalue the players, especially the ones on the first men's team, without assuming higher costs. Thus, with a strong commitment to women's football, which, as mentioned, is not providing us with good sporting results, but entails a good, positive contribution to the club's profit. In relation to potential extraordinary impacts, and specifically on the situation of Barça Vision of Bridgewood, the Economic Commission considers that unless the milestones for the structuring in the milestone and the execution of the business model, the 2024-2025 season could have more extraordinary impacts in the P&L, obviously not quoted or budgeted for, impacts that in any case would entail an outflow of cash, but indeed a delay of such a desired equity balance. As mentioned earlier, in the report for the settlement of the 2023-2024 year, this aspect is currently an aspect to be especially considered by this Commission. The Commission would also like to emphasize the importance of the new Article 67 of the bylaws. If you recall, the drafting of Article 67, currently suspended, establishes two rules that must be complied with. The obligation of the Management Board to close the annual accounts by maintaining a net profit, and secondly, the obligation to manage the club in a way in which the amount of debt does not exceed the amount resulting from multiplying twice the EBITDA, and the EBITDA are the profit before tax, interest, and depreciation and amortization. In the ordinary assembly that took place in October 2021, the Economic Commission submitted a report that said that despite the need for the existence in the bylaws of a mechanism for self-control, given the situation of the assets of the club at that time, it could not be applied in accordance with its literal terms according to the drafting of Article 67. Due to the impossibility of reverting this in 2 different years, a loss of minus 144 million. At that time, we were leaving the pandemic behind. The Economic Commission is well aware of the process the ongoing process of the modification of the bylaws, and we hope that the new drafting of the bylaws will ensure this mechanism of control is adequate. This situation should conclude when the situation of the company allows us to start from scratch, a situation that unfortunately is not contemplated by the current budget. Now, to conclude, I would like to refer to conclusions and goals to be attained in the next budgets in accordance with the opinion of the Economic Commission. First, to achieve the generation of sufficient results in order to recover the net assets, net profit of the club. To maintain as a pillar the model implemented for increasing ordinary profit and recurrent profit, that is to say ticketing, stadium, commercial, sponsors, museums, among others. To continue with the policy of containment and reduction of expenses, monitoring the tasks carried out in recent years, ensuring it is an essential constant in the club. To calibrate recurrently the new remuneration policy to be within the reality of the market, to avoid losing competitiveness or assuming higher costs outside the real market cost. To consolidate the obtainment of operating results and positive EBITDA in a recurrent manner. To reduce uncertainty brought about by extraordinary results. And lastly, to reduce gradually and constantly the club's debt in order to attain the sustainability of the club. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Hurtala. We open up time for questions and interventions in relation to this third item of the agenda. I would kindly ask the delegate members following us over streaming that they can already ask for their turn to speak. First, as you well know, we will be answering those questions that have been addressed to the club by means of the forms. We have received 7 questions altogether in relation to this item on the agenda, questions to which answers will be given right now. The first question is by member 5375, Mr. Ricard Soler Resano, who asks, what do we really know about the debt of Libero with respect to Barça Studios? Have we been able to hedge that amount with another company? As we said earlier, the Libero debt stood at 40 million. That was reduced with the entry of Aramark. Aramark joined us with 25 million, so nowadays the Libero debt is 15 million. Despite this, we maintain our claim against Libero for these 15 million. Member number 11176, Albert Meiras Mendañas, asks, has the budget contemplated an increase in the price of season tickets? Would you like to answer this, Elena? Yes. Mr. Meiras, the budget for the 2024-2025 season contemplates income for the 2 season tickets for accessing both stadiums that will be used in this season. Therefore, it does not contemplate any question relating to the season tickets. Season tickets are suspended for as long as the works are underway. We will recover this during the 26-27 season. Eduard Contiballe, member number 60395, asks,
how do you plan to, taking into account, how do you plan to compensate the salaries, considering that especially the youngest players on the teams have grown in value, and that most likely will want to improve their conditions if we want to keep them in the future? And secondly, how do we justify a 17% increase in the management costs in a period of austerity? Ferran? Yes, Mr. Eduardo Conti asks a very good question, because we have a team that is very young, a roster of very young players that in the coming years will grow in value. This has happened in different periods for the club, and to maintain the competitive level, we have to maintain the value of the team. The mantra that we have established is that we have to continue to have ordinary results, but it's also true that in the area of the negotiation and creation of the team, there will be changes in the value of the players, and there will also be some players that will eventually leave. And so it's important, and Deco is working on that to make sure that there's a balance and that we don't stray from what we have established, the balance that we've established. Now, as far as the increment of expenses, this is based on 2 things. One is in the increase of BLM. For us, BLM is a company that will continue to have a greater turnover. That means a greater expense in purchasing kit and jersey to sell. And I forgot to tell you that this is a year of transition where we have 2 stadiums, and it means that we have to maintain 2 structures during the same time. We have to maintain the structure of Montjuic, as we will also have to maintain structures of the new stadium that are not included within the concept of Espai Barça, because they are recurring, and therefore it means that this year we will have higher managing costs than we did last year. 58,476. Josep Maria Agel Simal asks, what economic figure has been attributed to returning to Spotify Camp Nou in the 24-25 season? Well, there are 2 impacts. We won't have the 100% income that we will have in the season of 26, when it will be totally completed. The income, but we will have income, but it won't be 100% of the income. And we also have the impact that I was telling you about of having more expenses, because we'll have a double structure, a dual structure. When you see the logistics of maintaining a football stadium, you'll see that for some time we have to maintain 2 structures before we make the total transfer. And that means a series of things that will increase the cost. So we don't have 100% of the income on the one hand, and on the other we have more expenses or more costs to maintain the 2 structures. Mr. Tomas Pons Echeverria, 99,601, asks, when will we be able to receive 100% of the seating in the stadium? Well, there are certain, we don't receive money for the seating, the total amount of seating, but as in any case, let me answer what I understand in your question. In summer of 26 is when we will have the total completion of the event, and we will change the suspension of the season tickets of the stadium, and we'll come back home. We're all very excited about that. But what we are asking for is in the payment of the season tickets. This is related to the season tickets being charged for the 26th season, and in Spotify Camp Nou, there are certain passes that the season ticket holders can ask for those to return during the second season, and in that season we will take the necessary steps for them to be requested.
El soci 5.047.
6047, Mr. Josep Continente Prats asks, what specific plans does the board have because of the possible devaluation of Bridgewood? Have you had to take into account the accounts of 24-25? Ferran? Yes, as I was saying, the Bridgewood Barça Vision, well, the impact that has on the 23-24 season in the extraordinary area, I told you that was something that was not fixed, but it was moving, it changed, and we believe that before December, one of the investors will be joining our group of shareholders. So we want to introduce shareholders and cover the position of those members that have not been able to pay their the amounts that they owed the company. And at the end of the season, when we talk about the net assets, that will be covered. But with these new partners, we will give volume to the business, and our objective is for this exception of the other two will be totally resolved in the 24-25 season. The last question is from 66,367, Santiago Maches Faus, and he asks about if more details can be given about the debt of the club. Well, the debt of the club, as I mentioned before, there are many ways of giving value of determining that, but we have the rules from UEFA as well as the Liga, and on the 21 we had a greater amount and we dropped to 560, and currently we have had in this debt we cannot consider the Espai Barça, as we have repeated on many occasions. The debt are 560 million according to La Liga Profesional, 120 million less than when we came into when our mandate began, when our term began. And now those are all of the questions in writing. We now begin the questions from those that would like to address us via teleconferencing. I would like to tell you that we will be answering those questions 5 at a time. So please, let's begin. Well, the next question will be asked by Mr. Alberto Mayovet, 66,533. Please. Hello, good morning. I would like to ask about the forecast that there is for income for this season. If that includes, I understand that the budget was prepared taking into account the announcement of returning to Camp Nou in December, and we are saying that that may not be possible until February or March. How will that affect the accounts, the numbers of our budget? And there is an increase of the income from BLM, and it's part of the new agreement that we have with Nike. If this agreement will provide us with an advance, so because there may be a loss of some of the income from the levers that have represented an important drop in income in the coming years for the club. Thank you. From the online platform of the club, we can inform you that there are no more questions, no more questions from teleconferencing. Well, we are going to answer these questions, and then we will hear the last question, and then we will give the floor to Ferran for the answers. Sorry, the question is not appearing on the screen. I remember the first point, which is what is the effect of the return to Camp Nou? Well, the effect of that, we prepared a pessimistic forecast. Our budget was pessimistic, and for that reason, there is very little change. There's little impact. As I said before, we prepared a pessimistic budget which will not affect the fact that we return in March, will not be affected by the fact that we return in March. We are more pessimistic than the operations, and these figures are correct. And the other question had to do with the arrival of the sponsor. Yes, the sponsor, as you understand, there is confidentiality here, so we cannot talk too much about this, but of course this will represent ordinary income, and I repeat, ordinary, and they'll be repetitive over the coming years. That is a lever. A lever was to get assets that the club had for the future and bring them to the present. And this is not the case. What we have done, with this board has done, has been to considerably improve the contract that we had with Nike. And this is a recurring income that makes us very competitive to perhaps have the highest contract that there is in the world in European football currently. Thank you very much, Ferran. Let us go now to the final round of questions that are those that are here in person. So those delegate members that are here can raise their hand in order to pose their questions, and we will give them the question as we did before. We will also respond to the questions in blocks of 5.
No veig cap sol·licitud.
I don't see any requests. Oh, yes, I see that there is one request for the floor. Mr. Gaspar. Well, my opinion, pessimistic income, realistic income.
Gràcies per la seva participació.
Thank you for your participation. And with this, we close the round of questions from the room, from the auditorium. And therefore, we will end the interventions related to the questions of this item of our agenda. Before moving to voting, I would ask for our president to address us, as he would like to speak about this issue. Well, simply, I would like to highlight, we, of course, as the board of directors, would ask for the positive vote, to vote in favor. As we heard from the Economic Commission, we have heard all of the presentations, and we are all in line with these thoughts and voting in favor of this budget, which we believe is a conservative budget as far as the income is concerned. And I think that, in addition, they are strict as far as spending is concerned, and they reflect the attitude of this, the nature of this board, and which is basically how we have been acting since we arrived in our term. So we ask for a vote in favor of the budgets that we are proposing for the 24-25 season. Thank you, Mr. President. Before we begin the voting process, I would ask the organization, even though the video was very clear, let us show the video once again for this next item of the agenda.
partir d'aquest moment, bloquegem l'accés tant...
We would now block the entry to the auditorium as well as to the virtual room, and we will now ask for your vote, where we will be voting for the budget for the period of 24-25. And those that are following us telematically, we would ask you to please press the voting button that you can see on your screens. Given that it is telematic from this moment on, we will allow 10 minutes to carry out the vote, as we said before. All those delegate members that are here in the room can press the button on their devices to vote, and I would ask all of the senators and other attendees to not stand up until everyone has voted. Thank you, and let's begin with the vote.
Els pregaria anessin tornant als seus seients.
If you can please return to your seats in just a few moments, we will continue with the development, we'll continue with our assembly. So please, we ask you to kindly take your seats.
Tot seguit passaré a informar
I would now like to inform you concerning the outcome of the vote for the approval of the budget for the 24-25 period. The quorum was 514, votes in favor 409, votes against 75, and blank votes 28. Given this result, I officially proclaim the approval of the budget for the 24-25 period.
en aquests moments.
At this moment, and it's 2:30, we will have a 1-hour break for lunch. All of those delegate members that are here, we have a catering offered, and when we resume, you have to hand in your credentials as you leave. For those that are following us on the platform, I will tell you that in 60 minutes' time, at 3:30, we will resume the assembly. Thank you all very much. Please allow me for one final comment before we leave. I would like to say that on behalf of all of the board, we are very grateful for the votes in favor that we have received that have made it possible to approve the budget for the 24-25 period. And those members that have voted against, well, we respect your vote, and we will work to convince you that, well, so that you can see our goodwill in leading this club and that we're trying to do the very best that we can do for Barça. Thank you.
Sisplau, si poden ja anar prenent el seu lloc.
Could you please take your seats? We're about to resume the assembly. Thank you. Please, we will soon be resuming the assembly, so we kindly ask you to take your seats.
Organització, recordin també que han de tancar
We would like to remind you that you should be closing the doors
de 5 minuts per tal de reemprendre
for at least 5 minutes.
Sisplau, pregaria a organització que
I would kindly ask the organisers to confirm to me
tots els assistents
that all attendees are in the room.
i tot seguit
So next,
tanquen els accessos.
we are closing all doors.
Bona tarda de nou.
Good afternoon.
Reprenem en aquests
We are resuming right now
i 5 de 4
at 25 minutes to 4,
i ho fem donant pas al
and we do so by starting item number 4 of the agenda concerning the ratification of the members' Ombudsman.
saben el senyor
As you know, Mr. Joan Manuel Traite has been the Ombudsman since the year 2014, and he has come to the end of the 2 5-year terms of office established in Article 57.3 of our bylaws.
aquesta junta directiva
This management board has proposed Mr. Ramon Esteve as the new Ombudsman,
tal i com apareix reflectit
as shown in Article 57.2 of our bylaws. Today, we submit his appointment to the ratification by you. Next, I shall read Mr. Esteva's profile. He is member 50,258. He has been a member since 1999. He holds a degree in law, specializing in civil and procedural law, with broad experience within the world of sport, where, among other positions, he has held that of President of the Jurisdictional Committees on Competition, Appeal and Sport Discipline of the Catalan Football Federation, and the Legal Commission and the Sports Ethic Commission of that same federation during the periods 2009 and 2012. Vice President of the Catalan Football Federation in 2010 and appointed President in February 2011. He presides the Managing Commission during the elections in 2011. He has also been founding member in the year 2014 of the Association of Lawyers, called in the name of Drets, defending Catalan society and the attacks suffer in the form of hate and insults. And he has been Secretary of the Disciplinary Commission of FC Barcelona in the period 2021 to 2024. You may say I am boring, but I would kindly ask the organizers to show the video in order to vote. So please, let's have a look at that video. From this moment on, we are blocking access to the virtual room as well as the auditorium. And I recall you that in accordance with Article 57.2, in order to ratify the member's ombudsman, we need a majority of three-fifths of all attendees. We shall now vote the ratification of the appointment of the member's ombudsman. Those following this meeting electronically, please click on the voting button you will see on your screen. Since this voting process is electronic, from this moment on we will give 5 minutes to vote. Delegate members in the room can already press their button on their remote controls, and I kindly ask all senators and other attendees not to get up until they have voted. Let us start with this vote.
Sisplau, organització.
From now on, we can vote.
Procedim, doncs, a la votació. Només recordar-los
I would like to kindly remind you, while the organisers are conveying the results to us, that after item number 8 on the agenda, there will be a sport-related report presented by our colleague Rafael Juste, Vice President. And after him, Mr. Luis de Souza Deco, manager for the football division, will address you all.
Ara ja tinc la informació per
I already have the information
donar el resultat de la votació.
to let you know about the result of the vote. With a quorum of 274,
Afirmativament
we have
225,
225 votes in favour and
no 12,
12
29.
against and 29 blank votes. As a result, in view of this result, I see that Mr. Ramon Esteve is appointed and ratified as new Ombudsman of the club pursuant to the provisions of Article 57.2 of the bylaws.
Dono entrada ara al cinquè punt de l'ordre del dia, referent a l'informe
Fifth items on the agenda, the report of the Ombudsman.
d'aplicació dels articles
Pursuant to Articles 20.10 and 57.1 Section B of the bylaws, I kindly ask the Ombudsman during the 2023-2024 season, Mr. Joan Manuel Traite, to present and read out to the General Assembly the report prepared, and I kindly ask him to approach the podium. I would like to thank him in advance,
a nivell personal
on a personal level and on behalf of the entire management board, not just for today's report, but also for the work and dedication to the club over these last 10 years. Good afternoon to you all. First of all, dear Secretary, Mr. President, dear colleagues of the Management Board, thank you, and I would like to congratulate the new Ombudsman. It's a lovely role, one of the best roles you can hold in your professional career. And although this is a role for which no remuneration is given, this is a job that we do for all the members. A member I will go back to being to see if we can sort things out in our day-to-day lives as a member. So it's a pleasure and an honour as a Barcelona fan to have held this role in an organisation with more feeling rather than numbers, although numbers are important as we saw this morning. I am here just to use 2 minutes of your time because one of these things about the assemblies is that they're very long. I mean, there's no other way to it. So I'll tell you what the Ombudsman has done this year, and then I will give the floor to the new Ombudsman, who I'm sure will do a great job, a much better job than myself. We received 4,730 members coming to us in person and also over the phone or via email, submitting claims, complaints, requests, or any matters addressed to the Management Board or especially to the OAB, which is the most social part of the club. And we tried to respond to most of these matters. If I had to say, in relation to this last season, what the members are concerned about the most, they are concerned about the change of stadium, how the new season tickets will look like, what the seating will look like, the new car parks, and, well, these are things I already said in the last assembly, and I repeat it today. It is my obligation to emphasize it. The more information there is, the better. The easier it is for members, all the better. And if you could provide a further hotline, a further email address, or some more helpers at the AOB, so that they can be much more agile, all the better. I'm not saying things are not working well, not at all. I would like to thank all the employees of the OAB here to my right for their constant support. They have been amazing colleagues. And we should all feel proud of our richness, of our staff, our amazing employees who are dedicated into this club, heart and soul. This is not a multinational. This is all part of a feeling. They know this very well. So let me just tell you in 2 more minutes that throughout these years, since I'm leaving this position, metaphorically speaking, I would like to recall to the President and the Management Board that the Ombudsman, even if on the website it might be difficult to find, it's a very important piece of the puzzle. We perceive what the members and fans are like. If they're happy, if they're not happy, if they are hopeful in winning new titles. And right now, as we have seen in the voting process, this is something we know beforehand. The new Ombudsman is someone you should listen to, Mr. President, as you listen to myself. So please do listen to him, because he is the voice of the member. I read a publication that was called like that. That is quite the case. I have a few things I would like to share. We fixed since the year 2013, when I had the honor of being the Ombudsman, the stands providing lower visibility to people in the lower part of the tier. That was resolved. In the third tier, there were some groups that were throwing things to UEFA when some supporters were coming that were not as educated as one would expect, and we implemented metacrylic fences, and that was sorted thanks to the Ombudsman. Those affected by UEFA, you know, UEFA has a regulation, very hard regulation when it comes to seating, authorities and invitations, and the club must leave some seats we did not have. We asked a group of members to change their seats, and we did this on a rotation basis. Now also in Montjuic, in some cases there are no fixed seats, but it was better for those 1,700 people always affected by the UEFA games to be able to change. And we also sorted out the senior card issue. Many of you, senators and others who have been at the club for more than 40 years, could not leave your card to anyone else. And via the Ombudsman and via the OAB and the Management Board, we were able to implement a change. And now the senior cards can be assigned. The waiting list. There were rumors. Oh, there's a long waiting list, or there could be some tricks. Some jumped the queue, but this was resolved by it making it public. And right now, the waiting list is public. Throughout the elections, let me say this institution is audited by all, but what people cannot say is that there was electoral fraud, not even a suspicion of it, because since 2013, when I had elections, I was there in 2018, in 2021 too. This is not thanks to the Ombudsman, of course, this is thanks to the organization we all share. There were 2 referendums, nobody questioned the result of them, 2 motions against the President, a management commission, and, well, in the end, nobody can question this entire system. So the club is alive and working well. Now, to conclude, there are 133,164 members, the Economic Vice President said so the other day, of which 106,940 have a right to vote. This means that the club is alive and well. That is all. Thank you so much. I don't want to take any more of your time. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thanks for the support over these years. I would like to thank the employees I can see the head of the legal consultancy office, everyone. Thank you. I will continue as one more member, as all of us in a few years' time. So let us think always that you are the ones that are important, and we're always at your service. Thank you very much. Visca Barça and Visca Catalunya. Allow me to say that Joan Manuel Traité, the Ombudsman, has dignified the figure of the Ombudsman of FC Barcelona. He has been guided by rigor, professionality, efficiency in the defense of all the members of this amazing club, and always respecting the institution, FC Barcelona. He defends the colours of this club within himself. It hasn't been difficult for him, so thank you so much. Thank you. We wish you the very best, personally and professionally. And this is not a goodbye, this is not a farewell. We will continue to have this close relationship that we have. We should lend value to the fact that the knowledge you've shared, and this knowledge can be very useful for Barça. Thank you.
Demano a la presència...
I see that the current Ombudsman is already going to the podium. Mr. Ramon Esteve will be addressing a few words to us. Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. Former Ombudsman Joan Traité, former presidents of the commissions of this club, dear members. First of all, I would like to thank the President and Management Board for the trust placed in me when proposing me as the Ombudsman of this club. I would also like to thank the ratification by all the Assembly. Secondly, I would like to highlight the amazing work done by the former Ombudsman, Joan Traité, and I would like to say that it's a great challenge to replace him because his work, his volunteer-based work has led to a better club. Joan, I want you to know that I will try to follow in your footsteps and act the way you did over these years. I know I also count on the support of the Ombudsman team. Lastly, I would like to greet the members of the Disciplinary Committee, of which I have been the secretary over the last 3 years. Allow me to say it has been an honor, a pleasure, and I say so truthfully, to have worked with all of you, with the amazing help of the AOB in this task we have carried out together. I would like to thank Mr. Joan Laporte, the President and the Management Board, when proposing me to hold this position and the Assembly for ratifying it. And this part of the club distinguishes us from other parts and models. There are very few clubs in the world with professional sections that have our corporate structure, and even less so, if there are any, with our multi-sporting capacity. And there are none who have fought for their survival on many occasions. Occasions we have always overcome. All of this means that we can look at some of our sporting successes being aware that our trophies are comparable to none other. That's why we must contribute to maintaining the associative fabric alive that makes us unique by means of the protection of the rights of all members, so that we can continue feeling the beating heart of the Barcelona spirit throughout the world. It's a great honor and responsibility I will put my heart and soul into, and I will enjoy. So thank you so much for the opportunity and your trust. Having said that, in relation to the topics addressed by the former Ombudsman, I would like to refer on a more positive note to some aspects that I think it's worthwhile to consider with a view to the future, in some cases, and others to consider as valuable. First of all, our return to the Spotify Camp Nou. this season, 2024-2025, only partially because the third tier has not been built yet. The season tickets will still be suspended, whereby people shall gain access to the stadium with a special pass until the end of the season or until the final recovery of the full stadium. So in this transitional period, we should foresee certain incidences that have already been informed to us, according to some members, asking us about modified seats due to the change of some points of entry and similar cases. And as we have been told from the OAB, this will be provisional until the works come to an end. We believe that an effort will have to be made in terms of communication to maintain all members informed throughout this transitional period. There is also concern amongst elderly and reduced mobility members as to how the access will be made to the second and third tiers. Similarly, we will need to foresee this when providing a response to these needs and concerns. Secondly, I would like to highlight the update of the census made by the club. This process started in March 2003 and ended in March 2024 and has been the shortest ones in all of the censuses made. So I believe, first of all, I should congratulate the entire team at the OAB for their professionality, for their empathy, and for their diligence. Having said that, I would also like to point out that for future editions, for other cases, it would be positive to consider the incidences detected to avoid them in the future, such as permanent ID documents that affected primarily elderly people who are, after all, those who have greater problems when using computer means. I would like to add that following the update of the census, the club has a percentage of members with the right to vote of 80.41%. Just to give you some context about this figure, this means that this percentage in 2021, it was 78.1%, and in 2015, 76.8%. This shows a clear increase of members that remain truthful, loyal to the club after 1 year, which allows us to secure a higher level of voting. More people vote, and therefore more people are able to decide on the matters of the club. It is important to touch the use of Catalan. The club is opening more and more social media. Obviously, in the current day and age, there is no way out of it. This implementation is always geared to or addressed to members and fans from outside the club, from outside the country, with interesting content, but different to the usual content. This content should also be provided in Catalan. And not only because there are members who ask for that, but also because it seems that Catalan is the language specific of this club, as established in bylaw in Article number 6 of the bylaws of this club. So an effort should be made to provide for this text and information in Catalan. If originally drafted in English or any other language, we should provide for translation into Catalan, because we have received complaints about bad translations into Catalan, which we have been able to verify. One final demand received from members is to rehabilitate the League of Members, which for so many years had been so successful. A league organized first in the mini study and then in the sports village in the sports village. I think it would be great to recover this tradition because it brings the members closer to the club, it fosters sport amongst its members, and it has an undeniable social character, which, as I said at the beginning, it's the spirit and engine for the club. And I conclude by reminding you that due to the works, the AOB is no longer here. Right now we have a new location within the AOB, and at this office I will remain at your disposal for anything you may need, with a sincere hope to serve you and be useful for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ramon Sansteva. And the sixth point of our agenda, this point is purely an informative one, and it has to do with the situation and the new milestones of Espai Barça. I would ask the Vice President, Elena Fort, to please take the floor to inform us. Before Elena begins, I would like to mention and to answer to the requests of our Ombudsman, and we will take that into account, the possibility of re-implementing that league, and also the importance of the correction of Catalan, which should be a priority, and we can also include a comment in English or in Spanish because of the many followers, but the museum is called museum and the shop is called botiga. And the signage in the club, well, we believe that that's the way it should be. We can internationalize some of the words of our language, and that's a good thing as well. Elena? Good afternoon to everyone. I am speaking on behalf of the president of the institutional area, and I want to talk to you about all of the everything that has happened from our last assembly in October of 2023 till now. The last assembly of 2023, when I spoke to all of you, we had just finished knocking down the third tier, and we saw the old structure, the old stadium, and we still didn't see exactly the dimension of everything we had before us. We had a dream that was starting to be built, but everything was still up in the air. As we've been able to see, all of us have been able to see in these recent months, during this year that has gone by, everything has changed. The dream, as the president mentioned, is practically a reality. You have been able to see, and here we have this graph to explain that we are basically at the half point of the finalization of the Spotify Camp Nou. And as you can see, the endeavor is even greater. As we have always seen, we are on the yellow line in October of 2024, and as concerns the Palau Blaugrana, the Palau Blaugrana arena, well, we are now preparing the construction project for the new building, and we can assure you that in the first or second semester of next year, we will be able to enjoy this project, and we will be able to show it to all of you. As we have already explained on some occasions, this project is being drafted by the architect Gascon, who had originally worked with it. And often we don't talk about everything we do. We often do much more than the things we are able to explain on a day-to-day basis. And the assembly is the opportunity to tell about them. I think that quite soon we will be able to provide much more information. The desire that we have is that during 2025 we will begin to work on the execution of the new Palau Blaugrana, but here we can't give you any specific data, not even approximate data, taking something into account. The Palau Blaugrana is located, will be located in the old Ministerial land, which is currently occupied by all of the material that is used for building the Spotify Camp Nou. So since that is our priority and we have to finish the Spotify Camp Nou, first of all, it's our priority, then we will not be able to get to the Palau Blaugrana until that is freed up. And now when we talk about Espai Barça, we always talk about more than 1,000 hectares, 20 hectares, and it is neighboring the university campus, and we have had to extend this to 2027. Now, right away, what I think all of us are anxious to see, we sometimes mention it and talk about it, but I think the best thing we can do is see images and see exactly what we were talking about. That is how the dream is becoming a reality. Allow me to share something that we all agree with. We have to be aware that we are really experiencing an important milestone in the history of our club. When we began June of 2023, as for information and maximum transparency, well, it's not as exciting as what we just saw, but I think it's worthwhile to explain. We have a list of the licenses. This isn't an easy process. It's very complex. We're talking about tremendous proportion, tremendous magnitude, and we have had to deal with getting licenses from the city council, and we had to change some of them because of certain circumstances. But from the start of our term as the management board, we have had to fix all of the pathologies in the stadium. We had to knock down the southern goal, the side goal, and the north goal tiers or sections, and all of the licenses for the destruction, for the disposal of the rubble and other waste. We've had to work on the underground parts, the underground parking. So we have worked very hard, and a team of many, many external and internal people have worked every day at every hour, I would say 24 hours a day, to make this stadium a reality. And I just want to recognize all the work that has been done. Now, currently, we are getting the final authorizations for going from 62,000 to 105,000, and the activities, provisional activities for parking, and all of the final licenses for our side parking. So this is an explanation of total transparency and for your knowledge, but I would like to express the hard work of so many people to reach this point, and I would like to thank all the team of Espai Barça and the club, Joan Centellas at the head of that, who are doing this work many days without sleeping. And thank you very much, Joan, on behalf of everyone. I will be brief. I'm going to follow with the sequences of our construction. We are at this yellow line, and our second tier is practically finished. We have all of the foundations down, and you can see the third tier, the start of the third tier, and the entire structure till we reach the height of the second. This is where we will be able to return. This is when we will be able to return. And just to understand the dimension, the scale of this, we have had 2,500 tons of material. We have had 2,500 workers, and currently we are placing 800 seats a day. Some days even more, right? We're doing this as quickly as possible. Let's move on now to the coming actions. August of 2025, we'll be able to explain that all of this is a reality soon. We'll have 100% structure of the third tier, the work of all of the details of the third tier will be finished. We'll have placed the cover. I want to remind you that to place the cover in its place, it is one of the most complex things from an engineering standpoint, and it will mark the beginning of the end. We will have opened our new shop and the new museum. That's very important in this growth that we're undergoing, and we can be very proud of having a new shop that, as you know, will be extraordinary, and it will be one of the jewels of this land and of our club. In 2026, we will have finished, and I won't go into too much detail, but we will be back home. We will have returned home. And allow me to finalize my intervention to share a reflection with you, which is important, and I think it's worthwhile to go into it. The courage of this president and of this board to take on the responsibility of starting this, the work of the Spotify Camp Nou, the future stadium, in the conditions in which we found ourselves. Something that had been stopped for 10 years, and it's going to be the best stadium in the world, but it will also be the starting point for the future of our club. Therefore, I'm very proud to be part of this board, and I thank all of my colleagues. We are making our dream a reality, and we'll be able to tell our grandchildren that we were there when it happened.
Moltes gràcies, Helena.
Thank you very much, Elena. The questions that have come from the sixth point of our agenda that have to do with Espai Barça will be dealt with in the ninth point of our agenda, which is questions, and she will answer very happily. The seventh point of our agenda has to do with the distinction as Member of Honor, Mr. Valero Rivera Lopez, as an honor of our handball team, as is included in the bylaws. We believe that Mr. Valero deserves this, and we would like to bring this to you for your vote. I can talk to you about his trajectory, and he will speak. He played for our team from 1972 until 1983. He was the first trainer, coach of handball for 20 years, from 1984 until 2004. Under his leadership, the team had the best period of its history. With Valero, Barcelona won everything. It became the European team with the most victories and titles. He created the dream team, the best team of handball of all times. And in 1990-91, he brought us our first European Cup, and 5 more came until... Please tell me if I'm leaving anything out, okay? Now, as for his achievements, we can take 6 European Cups. 5 of them were consecutive from 1995 to 2010. King Cups, 5 European Super Cups, 5 Asobal Cups, 5 Catalan Leagues, 12 Asobal Leagues, 5 European Recup, 1 EHF Cup, 11 Super Cups of Spain, and 6 Pyrenees League titles. A total of 70 titles.
Palau Blaugrana, un sol crit, Barça, 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 el de l'afició blaugrana que vol desitja aquesta Copa d'Europa. El Barcelona, Pujovic buscant a Serrano, i quin gol que acaba de clavar.
Hem fet alguna cosa que jo crec que mai cap equip tornarà a igualar, que és guanyar 27-27 i ser campions guanyant tots els partits. Està clar que seria un èxit per l'handbol espanyol. Va ser el punt d'inflexió, va ser el punt d'inici.
Aquesta sensació, aquest feeling de que podia ser. No podem perdre, però no podem decepcionar aquesta gent que ens està recolzant a guanyar i convençuts que el guanyaríem. Necessitem del Palau, la màgia del Palau. I la vam tenir. Va ser increïble.
Campió d'Europa d'handbol. Primer club en la història de l'handbol espanyol que aconsegueix aquest títol.
Torno a demanar a
I would like to ask the organization for the last time at this General Assembly to show the video of the instructions for voting.
perquè els hi vol adreçar unes paraules abans de la votació d'aquest.
Before we vote, we would like to give the floor to the President. Yes, thank you, Giuseppe. If we look at all of the titles achieved by Valero, I think that it is very important. Apart from all the titles he has achieved, it's what he has given given Barça. And I would say especially to handball, because he has taken handball to the greatest heights. And he has made Barcelona a winning team with discipline and a winning attitude, and also a feeling. This feeling of affection to the club, and all of the players that he has had as on his team have been witness to that. He has been one. Well, Enric Masip, who's been one of the promoters for us to give Valero Rivera this distinction. Valero Rivera finished his time at Barcelona, the most successful that any coach has had here, but I would like to insist on this. What he has done has fill our handball with heart and with discipline and grit. And we at Barça have always been in touch with Valero. This is a person that has extended Barcelonism, the love of Barcelona, wherever he has gone, in Qatar, where he currently is, and he has promoted us there, and he has always given us good advice when we have hired new players and new coaches on the team. Many of the decisions that we have made, well, I would say almost all of them, have been validated by him. We haven't done anything in handball without his approval. We have the director of the Masia, has been one of the victims of Valero as well. But in any case, he did such a good job that even the players that he has had love him and respect him enormously. Valero, apart from, well, he has always given us this advice with that same intensity as when he was a player and a coach. And you see that this is someone that's giving you advice because he is convinced of what he is saying. A man of principles, a man that is faithful to Barça, a tremendous personality, and most of all, he's a great person, and I understand that he deserves this distinction. I hope that you, all of the delegate members, will vote for it to be awarded to him. I would ask the organization to block the doors, both virtually and to this room. We will vote the distinction of Mr. Valero Rivera Lopez, as is in the 17th of our bylaws. And once again, please hit the button for voting that you see on the screen. Since this is telematic, from this moment on, we will allow 5 minutes to proceed with the vote. The delegate members that are here in the room can now press the button on their devices, and we now begin with the voting.
Perdoni per aquests 5 minuts una mica
Now,
prolongats.
we have these 5 minutes, a little bit over, but let me inform you of the result of the vote. With a quorum of 379 members, we have 360 positive votes in favor, 10 against, and 7 blank votes. So I now proclaim him a member of honor of the handball, the team handball section of the club, as is our 17th article of the bylaws.
Demano la presència del
I kindly
senyor
ask
Valero
Mr. Valero
Faristol
to approach the podium
una
to
paraula
address a few words to all delegate members. Thank you, Mr. Valero. And while Valero approaches the podium, allow me to say that as a recently appointed member of honor, the management board will treat him as president of honor of the handball section. This is the title that corresponds to him. Thank you. I hope not to get too emotional, because it was hard for me whilst looking at the video, and Jan's words were truly touching. I really thank you all from the bottom of my heart. It's a great honour for me. It has always been an honour to represent Barça as a player, as a manager. I have always been linked to Barça. I have always felt Barça. I got here because I wanted to be a Barcelona player. I hardly played 3 games in handball before getting here, but I was told I could do a test. I went there, I was signed, and there have been until to this day. It has always been a greatest honour. Thank you to all the members of this management board for this idea. I truly thank you for it. Thank you, Antique. I know that you did your own bit. Thank you, President. You know what I feel about you. I have always felt very close to you. And it would be inconceivable for me to thank you all and not refer to the people I lived with, I worked with, the players I had under me in the academy handball and in the men's first team. The players helped me a lot. I got here at the age of 19. And I will never forget Pep Bilal, the manager I had when I played my first team for the men's team, my master, my mentor. The players who I shared the team with, the players I coached and managed. I know I was hard, to put it bluntly, but, you know, with time, what really touches me is the feeling I can see today, and how they feel for me. I will always remember the dream team. This was the best time in my life. Hard, but beautiful. We were able to win 5 consecutive Champions League, never repeated before, with an extraordinary group of people. So it would be inconceivable of not talking about President Núñez, my sporting father. I would like to thank him and his managers back then, Mr. Ventura, Mr. Miralles, the former Vice President Joan Gaspart at the time, and later President. I always felt he was very close to me, before and after. We even went together to Qatar. We were there. And my work group, the people I worked with, I didn't do a lot of changes. Joan Marín, Dr. Gutierrez, Antonio Ruida, and Paco Cirulo, until he went on to help the first the men's team in football. In a nutshell, it has been an amazing time of my life. And I would like to conclude the way I started, by thanking you all. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Mr. President. And obviously, thank you to most of you who thought that I was deserving of this honor. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, and Visca el Barça, long live Barça. After this very emotional item of the agenda, we'll move on to item number 8, relating to the proposal of members in accordance with the provisions of Article 20.11 of the bylaws of our club. I would like to inform you that there were no proposals, no motions in relation to this item. Therefore, we consider this item of the agenda closed. As I mentioned some time ago, let's move on now to the sporting report before the AOB. And I kindly ask our colleague, Rafael Yuste, Vice President of FC Barcelona, to approach the podium. Good afternoon, Mr. President, dear colleagues, executives of this club, President Gaspar, dear delegate members. This podium is still instilled with the emotion of Mr. Valero, President of Honor. You feel this, I perceive it. Congratulations, and congratulations for your proposal. Before I start my brief presentation, allow me to reflect on a figure that left an indelible footprint in the history of Barça, Johan Neeskens. An example of effort, courage, and love to the red and blue colors. The hero of the final of 1979 in Basel, together with his colleague and captain Juan Manolo Asensi, nowadays president of the Barça Veterans Association. Next Monday, we will have the honor, Juan Manolo Asensi and myself, representing all of you, to be at his funeral in Amsterdam. So from here, I'm sure that Johan Neeskens will be listening to us with his impetus. I would like him to listen to this very warm applause in his memory. I would also like to thank you for your trust in ratifying the budget and the accounts for this year. Thanks to this, the sporting department will be able to continue in its task that we have been carrying out for the last 3.5 years. Before I give the floor to my colleague Deco, the technical secretary of the club, who will explain in detail the work carried out and the results achieved during this last year, I would like to highlight one more thing to all of you. From the first day we got back to the club, as we did during the campaign, we have worked with love and dedication to ensure that the Masia, the academy, beats strong every day. Andrei, thank you very much for the work you are doing there. The Masia is our heart, and we have defended this from the very beginning. Last year, we were talking about Deco. And here, Alejandro Echevarria, I would like to thank you once again, because 11 years ago, you introduced me to the current technical secretariat of this club. And I think he is winning all of our hearts with his simple work, hard work, and understanding. So 1 year full of brightness working alongside Deco, and we'll see the results of his work, especially when it comes to his link to the football academy. From the get-go, he has demonstrated complete alignment with the director of our academy football, José Ramón Alexanco, with Bojan, who's also here today. He is a key person because of his youth and because how he approaches the youngsters playing in the various categories. A great master. And this reminds us of something. The President said so this morning. This has not been a good year, but if we work hard, we are ensuring that we can start to begin to dream to have what we had years ago. I remember Chiqui Begirinstein, a person who spent 7 years as the technical secretariat of the club. And I don't want to establish comparisons, of course, but he reminds me a lot of Deco. Deco reminds me of him because they speak the language of football. They speak the same language of football, and this is something key. I also remember Rijkaard and Pep, and then after them, Xavi. We secured successes that we can repeat again. So it's not by chance or coincidence that what we are seeing now is the result of hard work of the executives of this club. And speaking about executives of the club, I would also like to thank Ferran Oliver, who gave a very simple, clear presentation of the club's accounts. Angel Ridabas, who has been working closely with Ferran. They are people who, as Mr. Gaspar, President Gaspar said, people who others don't usually see, people who are working in the shadows. And Manuel del Rio, because as corporate manager and his entire team, they are always playing spectacularly well. The youngsters that have been trained in the academy are the future heroes of Barça, boys and girls that grew up with our DNA, who understand our values, and who now start to show their talent in the first team. So I would like to thank Sergi Barjuan for the amazing work he is doing in exploiting and taking our football throughout the world by means of the academies. This is our commitment, the same as that of Mr. Joan Laporta and this management board. We want La Masia to be the main pillar of our sporting project. And you know what? Let me share with you some numbers so that you can see how important the Masia is in all of these colleagues I will mention later who form part of this multi-sport club. In the Masia there are 113 boys and girls. 58 play football, 26 women's football, 19 basketball, 9 handball, 6 five-a-side football, 5 roller hockey, 116 boys and girls living nearby with the dream of reaching the first team. You know, the Masia is the maker of dreams. And the academy football, Alexanco, everyone, thank you. 500 players that we have today playing in our pitches at San Juan de Espí. 150 professionals, doctors, coaches, managers, physios, therapists, people that are committed. I would also like to thank Dr. Xavier Corbella, because you, as the head of the medical services, you, with your simplicity, with your simple work as a doctor, you are making sure that this work can be provided to you all, to everyone. Thank you, Doctor. We can be proud that more and more people from home can reach the first team. We saw that this year. But we must also have a manager that believes in this model. That is key. And we were very lucky. I don't believe in luck. I only believe in effort and hard work. But when DECO recommended the President and the Sporting Commission and the entire Management Board to choose Hansi Flick, you never know how changes will come about. But you were seeing what we were feeling. Hansi is humble. He's someone who understood our club and a very hard-working individual. And needless to say, we cannot forget the support of all of you, members of this club. When things go bad or don't go all that well, you're still there. And when things go well, you're also there. So I would like to thank you and give you joy this year. So that's why we want to walk with our head high. This is what we need. We need to keep our head high and feel proud. Now, to conclude, let me remind you that there are many things to feel proud of the things we've already done and of the things that we are building. The other day, Enric Masip said to me, Rafa, last Wednesday, 3 sections of Barça triumphed in Europe. Women in women's football, basketball and handball. This is what we need to feel proud of. This multi-sport club, unique in the world, which makes us feel so big. This is the grandeur of our club. This would not be possible without everyone's effort, without people like Andrei, who put their heart and soul into this job, to the boys and girls. And before I finish, before you applaud me, which I imagine you will, I would like to ask for a round of applause to all those responsible for this success, starting with Xavier Puig, responsible for women's football. Xavi. We'd like to continue with Josep Cubells, responsible for the basketball division. Joan Soler, responsible for the handball section. Xavier Barbany, responsible for hockey. Morelli Mas, responsible for five-side football. And Joan Soler. We are closer to professional football, responsible for football, the B team, and I'm very proud of the Sporting Commission formed by the President, Joan Laporta, Joan Soler, Deco, Bojan, and myself. A strong round of applause for them all. Deco? This podium is full of emotion. Share it.
Gràcies, Rafa.
Thank you, Rafa. Let me give the floor now to Anderson Luis da Souza Deco. Could you approach the podium? You are already there. Hello, dear members, dear delegate members, dear members of the board, dear President. It's always difficult to be here, addressing to you with so much responsibility, but it's always a reason to feel proud and an honor to be here. This shows that the board still trusts me, and this is important because I hope I can be here for many more years talking about the sports market. Before I talk to you about the organizational chart and about what we've done this season, I would like to say that when we are talking about the sport market, we hear people say this player will play here, this player will go there. It seems that we're going to sign many players, but the truth is there's a lot of work put into this. Every day we're there, monitoring the training sessions, analyzing our local talent, comparing it with what there's elsewhere. We see at the Barça Athletic, the Masia, other teams. Last year we worked a lot to make the decisions that were made just before the start of the season. Hours of hard work, scouting, analyzing the B team, also time with Rafa Marquez, the B team manager, time with Bojan, reviewing the needs and gaps of the team and what we had in the academy, because after all, this is the main goal of the board. We want that the base of the team is formed by people from the Masia, people who want to triumph. So we have been able to form a great team because we have people with character, with a will to succeed here, and others that arrived at Barça with that same wish and desire. This is what we're looking for, and this is what we are trying to bring and build for now and for the future, which is what we believe is the important thing for the future of this club, for members and for everyone who believes and loves Barça. The organizational chart hasn't changed much. We have President Joan Laporta, President Rafa Juste, the Sporting Commission with Joan Laporta, Rafael Juste, Joan Soler, myself, Masip and Bojan. Bojan is still the football area coordinator. Hansi Flick is the only big change that we've made. I will tell you why in a minute. Alex Sanko, he's still doing a great job with academy football, and Paulo Araujo is responsible for scouting. Now, talking about the decision of Hansi, we studied what we did last year, and we had a look at what we needed for this year. And from the management, for the sports management, we always thought that despite not having a successful year with titles, we had a good base, a very good base for the present future of the club. We knew we had to make decisions in terms of people going out and people coming in, specific players, to ensure the competitiveness of the squad. We knew we had to look at young talent, to be brave, to make brave, important decisions, because throughout the season we had detected some young talent, but we needed the manager to believe this as well. So Hansi provides us that trust in making decisions that we believed in, and well, apart from believing, we need to do things, and the coach plays a key role in this regard. So when it comes to people leaving, Oriol Romeu is on loan. He wanted to play more minutes, so we decided to give it on loan to Girona. Lenglet, he was also minutes. He was a player that couldn't enjoy many minutes, so he ended up going away on loan. Vitor Roque is also on loan. He's a very an important player. He came in January at a different time. It's difficult to adapt, but we believe in his value, so that's why we decided to give him on loan to Betis to play more minutes, to grow as a player, and to come back to us. Alex Valle, the same thing. We renewed his contract, and he's been given to Celtic Glasgow on loan. He's left fullback with a great future ahead of him, and we hope he will be back with us someday. Transfers. Dest. He's been there for some years. Julián Araujo. Not a long time. Mika Faye, a great centre-back that we sold, always with the option of repurchasing him, which is what we're doing with the talented young players. We must always be under control. He just left free transfer following a conversation with the manager. He believed he wouldn't have a lot of minutes, so he made the decision to go, to leave, and we respected his wishes and arrived at a zero cost, so we let him go for free. Chadi Riyad, he was on loan with Betis, and Betis decided to buy him. to sign him. We hold a percentage following the purchase by Crystal Palace. So he's provided a great return for us, and we didn't play many minutes for the first team. He is that we tried to, he would stay, a young talent with projection, but we were unable to convince him. Chelsea paid for the transfer, and we could not retain him. We were unable to keep him. Stanis, that's a 50% transfer to an Italian team, and we still retain an important percentage. Now, other people leaving, Sergio Roberto, his contract came to an end, and he's been a role model of the club. The history of the club, and we want to thank him for everything he has done. So his contract terminated, and we have plans. Also, the manager did, because we had from grassroots people with assurances, but we would like to thank Sergio Roberto has done for the club in Como right now. We wish him all the best. Marco Alonso too, a player who arrived here 2 years ago. His contract terminated, and he was unfortunate last season to suffer many injuries, and he was unable to adapt to perform constantly, but we thank him. We also like to thank João Felix and João Cancelo. They were on loan. The loan finished, and they went back to their own clubs. So these are the new signings. Dani Olmo. Dani Olmo is a player that we believed we needed. He had something that we had missing in the way we saw it and the way the manager saw it. He's a player where he plays in India. We have a lot of talented midfield players such as Gavi. But we thought he would be someone who could give us many more different solutions to the things that we have in the team, and that is why he was a key player in what we were looking for when it comes to his position in the squad and with the objective of the team. Pau Victor, he's a young player signed from Girona. He was the maximum goal scorer in Athletic last year, and we believe a lot in him. That's why we decided to carry out our option to purchase him. Chesney, not easy to pronounce, but unfortunately we had a problem with Mark. He got injured. We had not intended to bring a new goalkeeper this year, but Mark's injury and at such an early stage of the season in October, it was clear to us that we had to sign a goalkeeper to provide more stability together with Ander, Iñaki and the youngsters. So we needed another goalkeeper to strike the right balance. That's why the decision was made to bring Chesney. Pablo Torre. The club had invested in him 2 years ago. He has played very well in Girona last year. He has a lot of quality. We thought we could recover him, and that's the way things have been. Eric has played really well in Girona last season. So our idea has always been for him to grow so that he can regain his trust, and we're very happy with him. Ansu is a player that for many different reasons left last season. Unfortunately, he has not had an easy season. He suffered several injuries, and things didn't go as well as he hoped. But we think he is still very young. He's club value. He's a club asset, and we believe this season he should be with us, and an effort should be made to recover him because we believe in him, and we believe we can bring back the Ansu we all saw some years ago. As for other signings, people coming from the academy football from La Masia, along the lines of what we believe in. That's the model that we wish and desire. We're talking about the consolidation of Pau Cubarsí this season as a player of the first team, Lamine as well. He was already playing for the first team last year, but this year he's got his own registered as a player of the first team, as well as Fermín, Casado and Bernal, players who belong to the B team, alternating with the A team like Héctor Fort. We believed a lot, but we will need the manager to believe in them too. from the very first day with Hansi. He knew the players, and this has been very important for these teams and for us as well as for the project. Gerard Martín and Sergio Domínguez also with us this season. And Ander, who was already with us last year. He is now the third goalkeeper of the men's first team. Now, new signings in the staff. We have the manager, Hans Flick, then Marcos Topi Tapalovic, his assistant Heiko Westerman. Then Mr. Hansi Flick has always given us some freedom to ensure that we believed in, which was to incorporate people of the highest level, such as Jorge Rose as head for physical preparation, Pepe Conde and Rafa Maldonado. From the very first day, Hansi said to us he wanted to bring just his assistants, and he wanted, but we had planned that this was key for the season, and in the end it's not just for the season. This is what I believe the Barça needs. The club must be a reference, and the idea was to bring and recover this level of quality that has always existed in Barça, which was lost for some time, and we've invested a lot in it. So this is the idea. These numbers from Transfermarkt. Many of the players are not included here because there are still young players that have not been valued. This is an official figure from a platform that values the market value of the players in the team. We've gone since 2021-2022. We've increased in more than 100 million euros in market value. This is very meaningful to me because, after all, we're following a path with a squad with an average age of 24, with many young players, also with middle-aged players, and with experienced players, providing just the right balance. And I think this is the key of any high-performance team. This gives us the assurance that we can have a team for the present and future, which is what we're looking for. And this is just to ensure that we are on the right track. I think that next year, in 2021-2022, our squad was uncompensated with many people over 30, few youngsters, not a lot of balance. And from the very beginning, we thought this would be the key to having a team that wants to try to win every trophy. And I think we're doing things just the right way. Now, let me tell you about our goals in terms of management. We are controlling investment. When I said that we signed a player, people always think they are signings, but some signings are strategies, some are renewals, but it also entails making decisions in relation to people you have at home and you need to revalue them. So I can understand it may be difficult sometimes for many who just read the press, but we really know what we're looking for and what we need to do. We're trying to control investment here, not just to control them. Nowadays, we don't really need to have 5, 6, 7 signings. We just sign what we really need. And we are also trying to ensure that the wage bill is in tune with the reality, to ensure the feasibility of the club, and also to ensure we comply with financial fair play regulations. We're implementing a salary policy based on merits, balance, and suitability of the market value. We always ensure that young players are ambitious. We want to ensure that they want to get well paid, but they need to find the right space. If that comes, everything else will follow. One of the things that we are looking for is for a bonus to be title-based. So if the title is a club that must win titles, then the players should be compensated when we win important things. Now, the sporting objectives are clear. We must compete at the highest level. It is impossible not to refer to Barça. You must work to win the title. That's something that is expected from you. You always need to be giving your very best, and that's one of the goals. There's no problem in saying that Barça must always fight for the trophies. That's the sporting goal of the club, and this is what we are looking for. Second, to maintain the Barça style, adapting the team to the new requirements of maximum competition. And of course, as Rafa said, as has been said in recent years, we are always committed to the Masia. And lastly, we control the worldwide market in the search for young talented players. Despite having quality players in our academy football, it's not easy for a young player to reach Barça because we always see young players leave. But we must always pay close attention to the market in the search for solutions to improve and always have the best team. I would like to conclude by saying that we promise hard work, excitement. We're on a road of present and future. We are consolidating the work done. We are consolidating players of present and future, and we will be working every day to bring the titles we all want and high-level football that we wish to demonstrate to all members and to all those who love Barça and football. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your report, Deco. And now we will move on to the ninth point and our last point of the day. And this is when all of our delegate members can bring forth their questions and comments and doubts. This is the ninth point, which is called open turn interventions. So you can now ask for the floor through video conferencing in agreement with the rules that we have established throughout this assembly. We will begin with the questions that came to us through the club's website. We have 6 questions that have come to us. Let us begin with the first, which comes to us from 78,645, the number of our member, Javier Castillo Gualda, who asks the following. The money that has been accumulated from the free seat, will they be able to apply that to the first season ticket that will be available? And if so, how will this be facilitated to the members by the club? Mr. Castillo, as I explained previously, while we're doing the construction, the season ticket holder member is currently suspended and will not return until the 26-27 season. And as we explained and we insist, all of the quantities that have been accumulated of the free seat, once we remove that suspension and we go back to the stadium, then they will be started up again, and that will be discounted from the cost of the 26-27 season ticket. If this is included, I can tell you that yes, it is included in the short-term debts of the club. We now move on to 1073, Joaquin Costarriera, who says, I was in the second tier tribune, 308 and the 050609 seats. Where do you plan to send us with these seats? Mr. Costa, last week we had a press conference to explain the provisional return, the temporary return to Spotify Camp Nou. We will not have season tickets, and we'll have passes the same way we have done it in the Luis Companys Olympic Stadium of Montjuic. And we have already opened up these forms for those season ticket holders that want to come. And the definitive return to Spotify Camp Nou, we haven't had a press conference yet to explain exactly how that will work. But I can tell you that we have had a very clear objective. And when I say we, I'm talking about the club and the department of Espai Barça. We have had a clear will, a desire, a goal to have two things that are very clear to us: to have our new stadium, even though we're coming from an old stadium to our new one, and also the desire to conserve as much as possible the position, the location of our members in this new stadium. So what we've tried to do is to basically pick up the photograph of all of the season tickets and put them back in the Spotify Camp Nou setting. Now, this relocation cannot be exact, of course. That will not be possible. And why? Well, because when you do constructions of this nature, the entire distribution changes. There are different fire lanes. There are different requirements from UEFA and from La Liga as far as the use of audiovisuals, where they should be placed, and there are new VIP positions, and therefore 100% of the season ticket holders will not recover the same spot, but they will be in the same area with certain movements that we will specify. It's not easy to make this transition from one to the other. Now, I think it's interesting to know that you will be able to share your proximity to the people that you were with before, your family members, friends, neighbors, but the exact position will not be the same. There will be some changes, a few meters up, a few meters down, and in some reduced cases, we may find the situation where the mobility, the change will be even greater than what we expect to do in general. So in some specific cases, we will have to treat you individually to give you individual solutions. These questions that we are responding to, they were sent to us in other points in order. We have placed them all into this 9-point, which is kind of a hodgepodge of questions. And when we go, well, in the 9th point, I would ask three delegate members that are volunteers to come to the table with their national identity cards in order for them to approve and to sign the minutes of this assembly, and together with our notary public, Mr. Houlier. So we need 3.
Moltes gràcies als 3 socis que han volgut signar l'acte de l'Assemblea. Més endavant els contactarem.
We will contact you to sign once we have finished. So we will continue with the questions that have come through the club's website. We have Mr. Roger Guillamet Camas-Olivas, number 95,946. Mr. Laporta, in recent years, because of the pandemic of COVID-19 and the construction in Camp Nou, many have not been able to ask for the free child tickets. When will we be able to recover that passport for children? And is there a plan to compensate the children that have not been able to attend during this year, during this period? Elena? Mr. Guillamet, if you don't mind, Elena will respond, Elena Ford, because these are issues that she knows much better than I. Mr. Guillamet, well, I think that many of the members that are here, we have grown up sitting on the laps of our parents and our grandparents, and Unfortunately, things can never, can't always be the same that we have experienced, for example, but currently the safety regulations in all public performances, public events, make it obligatory for each person to come in to have a ticket. This makes it difficult for there to be a child pass that would require a ticket for someone that, for example, doesn't have a seat. Well, in accordance with the safety norms of public spectacles, public performances, we cannot do things the way we did in the past. Remember, it was up to the age of 14, and it turns out that there are people that are 160 meters tall, and that did not have a place in the arena because of these rules. We are aware in this board that one of the challenges that we have as a club is that the young people should continue to be members. They should continue coming to the stadium and figuring out how they can come without being ticket holders. Well, it's something that we are debating as a board in this club, as the board of this club, and we will look at all possibilities to guarantee the entrance of youth that are not members. And before we left, we had the possibility of children accompanying their parents at a very low price, and our commitment is to find these solutions, but we haven't found one. Well, what we have until now is something that we will not be able to implement because of all of these regulations.
El soci 189.
189, Jordi Estanyol Codina asks, in the figures of 23-24 is inherited from previous seasons. I would like to talk of Feliz Negreira and Fil. Why have increased up to 7.5 million the amount of money given to these individuals? Well, that's incorrect. 7.5 million that you are talking about is what was paid to certain companies during a 20-year period, over a 20-year period. It was not in 1 year. And it affected different presidencies, those that came before me, those that came after me. The services were paid, as we have said on repeated occasions, for technical assistance. It was an advisory position of scouting, national, international, related to referees. And as for the recording and the analysis of matches, and if during some time there was an increase in the price of these services, it was because there were reports that needed to be made of European Championships, World Championships, and other competitions, and also the analysis of the arrivals. What is most relevant of the Negreira case is, and I said this in my intervention, they wanted to condemn us before we were tried, and it was a strategy that came from the media and from our most direct rivals in order to bring this to take away the prestige from our club and to harm the reputation of FC Barcelona. In any case, Barça, they said that we had bought referees, and it's being seen in the courts, in the judicial proceedings. There are resolutions in favor of FC Barcelona, as we said, because the version of the claimants, well, really cannot provide any evidence, any proof. So we, on the other hand, had many videos, many reports that credited the fact that we received these services, and it was something that had been done previously. And in this sense, well, I said we're very calm about this because we know we're going to win, but we do have to be very aware of Mr. I've got it here somewhat, Mr. Stanyol. What we would need to be very careful about is that these people that have initiated this case, the Negreira case, they never rest in order to bring they try to harm our image, the image of Barça. And We have to remain more than ever united in the defense of our club, of our logo, and of and all of those that are trying to harm us systematically. Every time that we have a bit of good news, they twist and turn the case in order to try to harm us. And this is where we have to be very aware and very careful, because they never rest, and we are constantly watching to make sure that we defend our reputation. 45,176. Mr. Juan Castaño Tubio says the current economic administration considers that we are generating at a social level a loss of the traditional values, since the fact that we don't take care of our own Leo Messi, Pasqui, Saras, etc. Well, Mr. Castañ, with all my respect, one thing has nothing to do with the other. The traditional values and the traditional values that the Barça has, well, I said it in my presentation as well, we have come to the 125th anniversary conserving our identity, and with our values of freedom, democracy, solidarity, no non-discrimination, a series of our language, our culture, our model of ownership, and this, even maintaining La Masia as our reference and the center of our sporting project. Well, we apply all of this when we relate to the companies that Barcelona collaborates with, or the entities with which we collaborate. And we have more or less empathy based on how much they respect these values that we hold dear to ourselves. And together we hold high our flag. Now, if the legends leave, that has nothing to do with this. It's not enjoyable when we have to make decisions, not only the ones that you're referring to. In each one of them, there are certain aspects related to those players or to those trainers or coaches, and sometimes it is the decision of the board of directors, and I understand and I accept all of the responsibility of those that have taken place in the board of directors that I have presided, and I'm referring also to my first stage, my first period as president. I have made very difficult decisions, but always putting in the forefront the institution. The first thing was always FC Barcelona, and it has been tough because as a Barcelona follower, you have emotions, you have feelings, you admire the legends. But I also have to say that as a president of Barça, I have the obligation of making the decision which we and the board feel would be best for the club. And we have had to make a few of these decisions. It's not pleasurable on a personal level, but I think these are things that we had to do because the institution, Barça, is above its legends, its coaches and managers, its players, its board members, and even its president. So this is the way it went, and each one has, it's not all the same, each one has its characteristics. Some have left because they wanted to, others because they had certain expectations that we could not reach, and others because we thought that honestly it was necessary to introduce certain changes. So this is where we have had to make these decisions, and that's our obligation as board members and myself as president to make those decisions and accept the responsibilities. The last question through the web. This is 526, Gabriel Robert Barnús, who says, in the last assembly and to improve the budget, I spoke to Taylor Swift in order to introduce her logo on the football's first team. President Laporta was favorable to that. What has happened to that proposal of putting Taylor Swift on the jerseys? As you know, the club... Sorry, it's finished, it's done. Well, Gabriel, Mr. Robert, yes, it's true that you made this comment. Obviously, it was a comment that at that moment I really couldn't respond to because I didn't know what Taylor Swift was planning on doing. Furthermore, after analyzing this in greater depth, I must say that the jersey of the women's team, well, we have the intention of finding a sponsor for that jersey, and I don't think that Taylor Swift would want to pay money for putting her name on the women's jerseys. There are other companies, however, that can do it, and we know that we have this agreement with Spotify, and they have the right for the men's jersey, for example, to in certain matches to put on the jersey what they think is to provide the music, the culture, the sport, football. All of them are very closely linked, and so when you made this comment, we saw it as very creative, but we've talked about it, but we've not been able to talk to Taylor Swift, the singer, and initially we don't expect to do so because we think that it would be better to take advantage of the women's jersey as we have been doing. Women's football is doing extremely well under the leadership of the Xavier Puig, who's in charge as a board member, and all of the section, beginning with Marc Vives and continuing with Pere Romeo, the new manager, Domen as well. So we are very proud of this positioning, which we have in Barça in women's football, and what we are working on, because if the women's football section is already has a surplus and it provides us a profit, 600 million, but they are winning everything and they're giving us a profit. Well, what we're working on is for them to generate even more income so that we can have greater income, and for that reason we are reserving this asset that we have, which is the jersey, in order to try to find a company that will give us greater benefit than, for example, if we placed the name of the performer Taylor Swift, which we understand would be just to promote her image more than any kind of a commercial agreement. Thank you in any case.
Obrim, doncs, el segon canal, que és el...
Now we go to the second channel, which are those members that want to speak to us through video conferencing. The responses would also come in blocks. The answers would be in blocks of 5 questions. We begin the questions that come through the online. The first is from Gloria Ros Hernandez, 42,306. We're sorry, but there is an overlapping of sound, and the interpreters are not able to understand what is being said.
Hola, ara?
Endavant, sisplau.
Ara sí?
Endavant, sisplau.
D'acord.
Okay, well, just 1 second, please. Mr. Laporta, you have said that FC Barcelona... Sorry, your name and number? Sorry. I'm Dorian Ros, 84,305, and the question is for Mr. Laporta. Mr. Laporta, you have said that FC Barcelona is a club that's committed to culture and the Catalan language, but despite that, on the social media, the dominant language on our social networks is in English. And Catalan was taken out as the main language, and I believe that players, and both men and women players, should learn Catalan. But this initiative did not continue over time, and now on your second stage as president, I see that you're not doing it, so I would like to know what specific measures do you plan to take to make sure that the main access will be Catalan so that the players, both men and women, can integrate into our language and into our culture? Now it's Mr. Félix Mata Rodríguez, 20,964. Hello. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, go ahead, please. I am Félix Mata Rodríguez. I am 20,640. And to the board of our beloved team, I would like to thank you for all the work that you've done, but we're doing it for our beloved club, so that it can, well, be reborn from its ashes. And why, from the board, have you promoted making Josep Maria Bartomeu a persona non grata? This person was about to disappear from our beloved club. This proposal, all of those that harm our club, they're not well received here in our home. That's all. Thank you to you for what you're doing. And Mr. Robert Coma Ortega, 33,117. Please, you have the floor. Good afternoon to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen from the board, I tried to speak before, but I was not able to because my intervention basically had to be about point number 2, item number 2 of the agenda, and other more distinguished members, such as myself, had more time. So often to not say much, but just to support the position of the board. I think these are accounts that should not have been approved. It is futile, and as we heard from Mrs. Hurtala, and here what is clear is that you are skipping the most important principle, which is the evaluation, the conservative evaluation, because sooner or later these losses will appear. They've already been approved, so I just wanted to add that, and I wish you all the luck in the world. 2 things more. I also want to know what happened with the women's team, that the girls were able to do an extraordinary thing and continue to be in the top. So excuse me, and the economic situation, the Vito Rocket, what do we need to do because operations such as these don't happen again? Because operations such as these, well, if the club had profits, you could say, all right, but with the losses that we have, we cannot allow for these operations. I'd like to know what has happened in this sense. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Jose Maria Roman Senante with number 93,965, please. You have the floor. Good afternoon. Josep Maria Roman is my name. 93,965 is my number. My question is very direct. For the President, I would like to know exactly what is the situation of a topic that was part of your electoral program, which was, and I'm speaking on behalf of a number of members, what is the situation of the return to the club, to return to our home, of a historic section of the club, which was baseball. It's been several years where we've talked about we'll come back, we'll be back, but for the time being, this has not moved forward. So I'd like to know, in your opinion, what your opinion is, and when we will see baseball return to the club. Something that is very important for a group of people that had to leave in an unfortunate way from the club. They were forced out. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Jose Mario Clemares y Sánchez Cuesta, 37,075. Good afternoon. I am 37,055, and I would like to ask about the waiting list. Your name for the members that are on a waiting list. Well, those who want to be a member, I saw in a Barcelona newspaper that said that more than 3,000 members have left the club recently. And will those that are on the waiting list enter directly, or will you have an option to the public in general so that you can make more money from ticketing?
Fins aquí les 5 primeres preguntes.
These are the first 5 questions.
Comencem, doncs, amb les respostes.
We can begin with the answers now to the telematic question session. Dorian Ros. Mr. Laporta has said that Barça is committed to the Catalan language, but on the social media, everything is English, and that players, it was said that we would make an effort for the new players, foreign players, to learn Catalan. And what can we do? What are you going to do to make sure that they do learn Catalan and they can be integrated into our society? Well, yes. What you say is partially true, in that we have not been able to get certain people related to the club to use Catalan as their language when they relate to people. I always believe that we should never impose our language on people. It has to come from each person, the language. People know what language they can and want to speak. Now, having said this, what we do at the club is to practice with our example. We speak in Catalan to everyone. I have examples of integration and respect for our language in the relationship with many players, especially those that come from La Masia. And at least I have to say, Mr. Ross, that they respect our language, they understand it, the majority of them, and they respect it. And if some, well, don't feel secure enough to speak it, and there are others that well, they don't have their Catalan as their normal language when relating to other people in their personal lives, but they do speak it on when they can. So we have many examples in the club, and I would not like to point out anyone right now, but it is true that we have to make these efforts. You are right in what you say. It was said by our Ombudsman, by Ramon Esteva, it is a demand from many members such as yourselves that see some shortcomings as far as the promotion and the defense of our language. We will continue trying to do so. It's very complicated on social media because social media has a certain language of its own. It's it's a lingo, it's a jargon. There is a mixture, a hodgepodge of different languages and words that are established, and sometimes there are symbols that represent words. So therefore, it's not an easy thing to do on social media. As you will understand, our managing board promotes Catalan in every setting, in all of our activities, and in that sense, we will continue working and will continue making efforts so that this trend will continue of Catalan being the majority language in our club. But I don't like to impose these things because sometimes that leads to rejection. We have people from the club that have come to the club and that have been in our club, and they've been with us for years and years, and they don't speak it, but they understand it and they respect it. And for some, that is, well, we need to be grateful for that because that respect becomes, in some way, a way of promoting our language. Would anyone like to say anything else? If you allow me, President, just to add one more institutional aspect, the concern about the use of Catalan language is important, and we've never been against that. We are all very much in favor of it and have that will, but from the club we have signed agreements with Òmnium Cultural and Platform for the Language, and this has been included in our actions, and this helps us in providing us with teachers for the Masia, and we collaborate in strengthening the language around our land. And so our commitment, as you have said, is a firm one, and it will continue to be so. As for Mr. Felix Mata Rodrigo, 20,964, he says that he would like to thank us for the work that we're doing at our club so it can be reborn. Why it's not promoted from the board to declare the ex-president Josep Maria as a persona non grata, but from respect to the club and not from hate. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you, Mr. Mata. Well, thank you for recognizing the work that we do here, and that's something that we're very grateful for. We're doing lots, and we have done it at a time in our history that was difficult to take on the management of the leadership of the club. My board member colleagues and myself, well, we've been very brave in this sense, and we do it because we love Barça. And since we love Barça, we also respect all of the culés, all of the Barcelona fans and members. And Mr. Gaspart, in his intervention, he says, I have reasons enough to talk about Mr. Laporta in another way. He said, but because we had, during his term, we had some points of conflict, but we coincide in the love for Barcelona, for Barça. Mr. Bertomeu, who you would like to exclude, to reproach, well, I think that he is having the social and public punishment that is a consequence of the management of the club, which was poor. And it's also true that he and a group related to him, before he was president, they even promoted a social action of responsibility against many of the members of this board and against myself. And perhaps the easiest thing would be to act along the lines of what you have suggested, but I am not a person that is vengeful. I don't like acting in the spirit of vengeance. Mr. Bertomeu, well, I consider him a person that's been the president of Barça, a person that is now in the midst of a certain legal situation. He's being investigated for the Barça Gate, as they call it. And in that sense, as president of Barça, if you allow me to say this, and I understand your opinion, the opinion of many members that are asking for what you are asking for, but this is something that a worsening of the situation that I would not want to contribute to. What we have done is not to look back. We don't have a rear view mirror. We don't use the rear view mirror for managing, because then you lose your bearings, and we prefer to look forward, to work hard, and to have a good team that can do their job well, which is what is going on, which is what is happening right now. And I will never give enough gratitude to all of my colleagues and all of the executives that we have in the club that are making it possible to get out of this complicated situation that we came into, and now we are in a process of economic recovery, which fortunately you, the members and the delegate members, have given us your confidence once again to maintain the institutional stability. And you have given us the necessary strength to face all of the challenges that we have, and there are many of them. Allow me, Felix, and I'm saying this with all of my affection, it's not among our list of challenges to go against the former president. We hope that he is able to handle all the situations he is facing, and each president knows what he does, and he has been identified clearly, and so what you are asking for is something that we do not feel is appropriate. Thank you.
In relation to Mr. Robert Coma Urtiga, member number 33117, he asks, I tried to speak earlier, but I was unable to because my intention was to address my remarks in relation to item number 2 of the agenda, and other members had more time. Well, this organization
si és que ho he intentat, com ens diu, la intenció de fer avinent la seva pregunta. En tot cas, l'ha fet el seu comentari.
Your comment has been made at this time. We are rather surprised because there was still plenty of time to ask more questions about this item on the agenda. There weren't many, in view of the explanations given from the podium. Says, I'm surprised that you speak of prudence. You seem to ignore the principle of prudence in valuation. Evidence will emerge, and I wish you all the luck in the world. He also says, I would like to know what happened with the women's basketball team that did not get relegated and you're not continuing with it. So these comments or questions will be answered by Ferran Oliver. Ferran? Yes. Well, I regret you were unable to connect and ask earlier, but I'm happy that you were able to ask the question now and that we can able to give you an answer. I disagree with Mr. Robert in prudence in valuation. What we have actually had is an excess of prudence because, as I mentioned earlier, we could have not incurred or provision and continued with the deferments. What we precisely did is be brave and clear. If we saw we could not continue with these partners unless they were going to pay, we depreciated. Otherwise, we could have left those numbers. It wouldn't be 91 million. We could have continued without provisioning for these funds. This has been an act of courage because we believe in this company and because we know that we turn things around as soon as possible. We're in the process very soon in engaging in due diligence with companies, so probably before the end of the year we will revert part of this. And we have the commitment to fully reverting this by the end of the season. In relation to women's basketball, this is a topic I followed because we were discussing this about basketball. Women's basketball is difficult. There was this license of a club that Barça did not have, and what we did was cooperate with the name with that team. We did not have a very positive experience when it comes to the management with this team, and we decided to take a step back by withdrawing. It wasn't convenient in the way things were being managed with this club. And we preferred was, well, what they decided to get relegated. We're still supporting them. But we thought about having our own team in the future. So it has been a step in between, but with the idea of not leaving women's basketball, but actually continuing with it in the future. Let me add, Mr. Coma. Well, first of all, thank you, because you started by thanking the work we are doing. And you also showed your desire that this, which you coined as lack of prudence, but which, as Fernando Olivier just explained, there has not been lack of prudence, but rather excessive prudence when reporting on losses for which we could have asked a deferment, and following the recommendation of the auditors, we could have continued with a provision. But you also show your desire to get out of this, and we will persevere. In relation, you also referred to Vitor Roque. Vitor Roque is a young player. He's 18 years old, and he arrived at Barça in the winter signing window because it seemed our squad was not balanced enough. He got here to a different football than the one he's playing in Brazil. We had all the recommendations on the quality of this player by people who are trusted, that are linked to the Football Federation of Brazil. And he's a person who got here, but he was injured. So in addition to the period of adaptation of any player who comes from Brazil to Europe, the player had to recover on the go. So this and decisions of the coach meant that he couldn't start to play from the very beginning in the initial lineup. And I remember a great goal he scored probably the first game he played, an amazing header he scored. And he's a man who gives his very best, but he needed more minutes, more games. He's a player, he's still there in our radar. He's a player who we are certain will end up being very successful, but he needed minutes, and we've given him on loan to Betis, a team in the Spanish league, which is where we want him to adapt. And in this regard, we will be paying close attention to his evolution. Okay? Now, players need a period of adaptation. Rafinha, for example, came from the British football, from the Premier League, and his evolution has been extraordinary. He started well, he was a consolidated player, but look at him now. He is at an excellent level, and he's showcasing his football talent. So let's be patient, Mr. Coma, and thank you, Robert, for your intervention. Mr. José María Román, member number 93965, asked about the situation of a historic section such as baseball coming back to the club. He would like to know when the baseball team will come back after having been obliged to leave it. At Barça, we have 5 professional sections. I include women's football. We are very proud of them. And our positioning is unequivocal in favor of women's sport. We have 9 amateur sections that have a cost. So in the current times, we have had to carry out a significant reduction in expenditure. And let me say that the professional sections, or the non-professional sections, are an expense, because the financial return is none. I already said that today we celebrated that last season basketball had a deficit of minus 10 million euros. When we arrived, we're talking about minus 25 million, and even more than that. And this has been the result of a job well done by our executives, with the Palau being full, and with very good campaigns for people to come and consume. And then, of course, we readjusted the team. I'm referring to men's basketball, of course. However, in baseball, it's clear. There was a sponsor. It was Row House. They paid some money in order to maintain the baseball section, and they stopped paying this money. So we felt that we were not in a position to earmark more funds to that section. And it was not just us. It wasn't us who terminated that section. from the list of non-professional sections. It was former board. The one, after 2003, I think it was. Yes. So, a board before our time. But I recall that those who, that we had that section because we had Bauhaus, the DIY company that was sponsoring that section. Mr. Mario Clemares asks, how will you manage the waiting list? The other day I read that more than 3,000 members have deregistered. The first 3,000 in the waiting list will be able to have a seat, or will these seats be given to others to make money? Elena Fort will be answering. Mr. Clemares, if I may say something first, Elena. Vitor Roque just scored in minute 7. In the game against Osasuna. He just scored. So he's doing well. So we dedicate that goal to you. Thank you. Now, with respect to the waiting list, a recurrent question in gatherings with members. Thank you for the question. This is linked to a press conference we organized last week to understand where these 3,000 members come from. I will try to make all of these numbers clear to ensure transparency. On the 30th of June 2023, there were 144,846 members. In the census process throughout the year, this number has been reduced with members that were not censored in 14,338. In parallel, there have been 3,236 voluntary leaves, or maybe also people passing away, and 5,892 new registrations. The result is, as announced, is that as at 30 June 2024, at the end of the previous season and just about to begin the next season, the current one, there were 133,164 members. Of the 14,338 deregistration, there were 3,118 season tickets available as at 30 June 2024. As at 30th of June, because we didn't want to leave anyone behind. And subsequently, some people, for whatever reason, have been included in the census. So that number is not exact. But as at 30th of June, it was that. So what will happen with these season tickets? This is something we already explained in the press conference. Almost all of these season tickets will go to the waiting list. The waiting list has some 14,000 people, rounding that number, and these new season tickets resulting from the regularization of the census plus the commitments of the club will make that when we get back to the Spotify Camp Nou, this board will be able to say that not all of it, because unfortunately that won't be possible, but a very important part of the people on the waiting list will be clean and will be able to give a seat to many members, many of whom have been 10, 12 or 14 years waiting for their seat at the Spotify Camp Nou. Thank you, Elena. Let's move on now to the second turn of interventions using the video conferencing system. Now starts the second turn. Mr. Carlos de Pablo Torrecilla, member number 115202. That's correct. First of all, good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon to the members of the board and to all members. It's a shame I was not able to attend to the whole ordinary assembly. I would have loved to, but as the President will know, because I have the same profession as him, when you have a fire to put out, you need to run. Let me refer to three things. First, Mr. President, in your narrative, there is something that makes me uncomfortable. I wouldn't refer to the opposition group. I don't belong to any group. But, in any case, these are members of the club that think, in some or many issues, different to you. And I recall that when I was very young, like you, because when you were young and you were part of that opposing group, I remember that as a positive element. I didn't want anyone to go against the management board at that time. At that time it was Vice President Gaspar. But it was a very important time, because when those who think differently come out, it helps activate organizations. So in your narrative, I feel a little bit uncomfortable, so I kindly ask you to correct that. Many members may disagree on many topics. I may disagree on some things, I may agree with you on some other things. But I think that Barcelona people must speak and think positively, so please make that effort as the President of us all. And the second thing I would like to refer to is I am a member of different social boards at Catalan universities. So how is it possible that Football Club Barcelona, this entity, this social entity, a sports organization, one of the most important one in Catalonia, Spain, and even the world, has no agreement or its own chair at any university providing a master's degree in sports studies? Why doesn't an organization like this have a chair at the university system in Catalonia? I, for example, am trying to organize a master's degree in sport law, and my club should be a flagship and has no capacity to offering it to me. I think this is a debt FC Barcelona has to society, with everyone, and this would be a working hypothesis to work on it positively. We should consider it at least. The Catalan university system would allow Barça to offer a multidisciplinary chair where Barça could influence in this area of society. And the third question, as has been mentioned, the season tickets and life as a member when we go to the stadium. We, the members, are suffering when we go to the stadium. We are. I think we need to change the way people go to the stadium. I can understand that for economic reasons it's important that people who come from far away, and as part of the tourist offer the country has to offer, going to the stadium is one of those things that need to be done, but we are supporters and we go to the stadium to support our team, to win the game, and it's very uncomfortable to coexist with tourists and watch a football game like that. It is being very difficult. I'm one of those who goes to Montjuic, and I can tell you that at the stadium it's also difficult. We must sort this out in one way or another. In the same way that we suffered the year where the Eintracht Frankfurt came, where the Turkish team came. This cannot happen again. We must go to the stadium to see the game, to enjoy the game, and to support our team. And lastly, the waiting list. I'm in that waiting list. I was a father, and it's very difficult to do things and go to the stadium. I have been on the waiting list for a long time. With all of those who come to see the games that are non-members, it cannot be that we have such a waiting list. I think that this is you have a great opportunity to sort things out, and the other issue is that the waiting list in order to go to the Palau Blaugrana has been stopped for many years. Last year I bought packs with my daughter. My daughter loves basketball, and the day against Baxi Manresa, the day of the week of the Endesa League game against Baxi at the Palau Blaugrana, it was very difficult. This cannot happen. So the issues regarding the waiting list are not efficiently transparent, not just in the stadium, but also at the Palau. And one final comment, another member said, my daughter has played basketball all her life now, she's a coach, and she goes to the league games of Barça, all of them. And the waiting list there cannot be stopped for over a decade. Other than that, I'm very proud to have taken part in this ordinary assembly of the club. Good afternoon, or should I say good evening. Now it's the turn of Mr. Francesc Soler Montada, member number 88. Good evening. Yes, the floor is yours. Francesc Soler, member number 32698. My question relates to a fun topic, I would say, but one that affects me quite a bit. When we score a goal, the goal goes into the net, and I start hearing chumba, 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 as if it were a lottery draw. And this makes me not be able to celebrate the goal as it should be. You are kind of controlling the way that we celebrate a goal. I see this happening everywhere. And it says, goal of Robert Lewandowski. It's like idiotizing people. Who has decided that? How is it possible that you do that? Can you imagine Iniesta's goal with chumba, chumba, chumba after it? No. That's my question. Thank you. Now it's the turn of Mr. Marc Margalef, member number 49297. Hi, good evening. Marc Margalef Ullés, member number 49297. My question is, when we come back to the Spotify Camp Nou, the season ticket holders in the front rows of the third tier will have the pitch 15 meters further away than before the works. And I would like to know what measures have been put into place by the management in order to replace these season ticket holders in the first and second tiers, in view of the fact that the most recent census should have freed thousands of seats in the first and second tiers. That is all. Thank you. And Visca Barça, long live Barça and long live free Catalonia. Next, Juan Parra Vázquez, member number 110309. Hi, I'm Juan, and I love skating on ice, and I would like to know what the situation is with regard to the ice rink. This was the last question for this turn of questions. Thank you. Let's proceed with the answers. Mr. Carlos de Pablo Torrecilla, member number 115202, mentioned several topics. First, a comment. He does not like the narrative of the president. He feels uncomfortable, and he wouldn't like the president to refer opposing groups, just members who think differently. When you were in the opposition, I remember you as a positive element. That's important. People who provide opposing arguments help enrich organizations. Secondly, how is it possible that Barça does not have its own multidisciplinary chair in the university system in Catalonia? I think this is a debt of FC Barcelona to society, and we should start to think about that possibility. And he also referred to the problems that Mr. de Pablo Torrecilla has to access the stadium. You will respond to this, Elena. The waiting list, the general waiting list, and the waiting list for the season tickets in basketball. But let me say, Mr. de Pablo, You say that because of your profession, the same one as mine, you work as a lawyer, and you exercise freely exercise the profession of lawyer, and you said you cannot attend the whole assembly. I did not mention the word opposing groups. Maybe, and if I did, it was something I did not mean to say. Obviously, I will never be right, but I try to be careful with the use of words. If I had referred to groups, it would have been groups of opposition, but I don't mention them. As the president of FC Barcelona, my obligation is to respect all opinions. It has been said that the values of Barça are related to democracy, freedom, solidarity, non-discrimination. Many of these values that we all share, and one of them is the diversion or disparity in opinion. And as the president of FC Barcelona, I have no other choice but to accept that, because there are some opinions that I would like to confront. Those that have the intention or that form part of those catastrophic proclaims are rejected, because what I cannot allow is for some to create a reality that does not exist. But I never refer to those who issue these statements or to the groups that promote them. In this regard, I fully respect all the opinions. Those that I do not share, I say so, and I try to be very prudent when commenting them in order not to hurt anyone, because some say things and some have certain experience with the management of the entity, and, well, sometimes they are full of intent. And what this club needs right now, Mr. De Pablo, is what we said, to be more united than ever. And we need institutional stability. The stability that today most members and delegate members of this club voted in favor of. So in this respect, I would like to thank you once again for voting in favor of the accounts, by and large, and this is just a testimony of the fact that we are maintaining the institutional stability of the club, and that these realities that some refer to are nowhere to be seen. So let me insist here. I did not say what you said, and I think that you're confused. You must have read the press, and the press does refer to these words, which, by the way, I think they are mistaken with the expression. It would be groups of opposition, not the opposers. But in any case, I wouldn't like to discuss the semantics. I didn't say it, and in any case, the media might have promoted these words, because I can understand they must sell newspapers, and peace and prosperity don't sell them alone. Having said that, you referred to the chair. I must say that we do have the Barça Innovation Hub, and through this company, through the club, what we offer is online courses. And maybe Angel, maybe you can explain to Mr. De Pablo more about what we are offering in relation to what you said, an agreement, a chair with the university.
Mr. Pablo, Barcelona has the Barcelona Innovation Hub, and what we do there is to coordinate all of the innovation within the club, and furthermore we have online courses, which is an important source of income for the club, and furthermore we have the Congress within the Mobile World Congress, and we have offline courses, as we call them, which are the agreements that we have with master's courses in different universities. We have 8 master's programs in public and private Catalan universities. And there is one that is an in-person master's in legal, and another one online. And we are open to any other agreement that we can find with any other university. So We're talking to different universities. We have agreements with the UPC, with Bellaterra, Amiste, etc. These are Catalan institutions. Elena, Mr. De Pablo, you were talking about a certain discomfort. Luis combines coming from the Spotify Camp Nou, but I suppose that is based on having people that are not season ticket holders, that are foreigners, that are visiting our city. I would like to bring something, mention something. We had 99,000 seats, approximately 85,000 of those were season tickets, so the majority of Spotify Camp Nou was in the hands of the season ticket holders. Now, it's true that we have the free seat program, that anyone is free to go or to put it up for a sale. Now, remember that when the tickets are sold, and this has happened at the Luis Companys Stadium as well, there is always a period of exclusive pre-sales to members, which is of about 50%. So as a club, we're trying to provide the maximum facilities so that our members that are not season ticket holders can come. But when there's free seat sales, well, we also know that we need to make those available to people who are not members or not season ticket holders. So there will always be a percentage of the seats that go to this type of guest. So I think we need to share, especially when we have a new Spotify Camp Nou with almost 105 seats. And most likely we'll have to share quite often, but football is very open, and Barça is a global brand, so I hope you don't feel uncomfortable. And what we do from the club is always try to make sure that our members and our season ticket holders are comfortable, and I insist that the members have the preference and at better prices if they are not season ticket holders. Apart from these season tickets, I explained before about this issue, and it has to do with the configuration. When a stadium has 85% occupation that is prefixed, especially in Barça, well, many of us have inherited this from our parents or from our grandparents, and we tend to keep it in the family, so we don't lose the configuration of the seating. And often from the club, we don't have the capacity to have an impact on this waiting list. This board and any other board, tries to deal with this waiting list, but it's not always possible. The new Spotify Camp Nou will allow us to be able to absorb an important part of this waiting list. And as for Palau Blaugrana, it's the same. The club needs a percentage of the spaces so that we can sell to people that are not members or season ticket holders. And the waiting list is always transparent. Every year it is updated. People know their number. If they have doubts, there's an app that they can go to for any related information. And in any case, we know that there are many people that want to come to Barça, but there are people that have family members, and we have to bring these two things together, and we hope to do so in the coming years, that we can reduce as much as possible that number on the waiting list. In any case, to close this, Mr. De Pablo Torrecillo, what I do thank you for is the tone of your intervention. Understanding that a positive discrepancy, we can reach conclusion that will improve the management of our organization. Thank you very much for your intervention. 32,798, Mr. Francis Soler Montada. He mentions, and I'm reading this literally, when we have a goal, automatically we hear chumba chumba, as if this was some kind of an outdoor festival celebrating the goal, and it stifles our enthusiasm. Well, sorry, I've never heard that chumba chumba that you're talking about, but if you have heard it, well, then I'm sure it takes place. I personally believe that the way that we can, I don't like it when it's directed support. I believe that it should be spontaneous, and I don't like it when we have certain liturgies that have already been prepared to cheer on the team. And I understand what you're saying, that the way that the fans, that the public reacts shouldn't be something that is controlled. I understand perfectly what you're saying. And who has done this? Well, if we look for the person who's responsible for this, I'm sure it seems to me that this is part of our groups within the framework of a football match. So when they prepare all of the attrezzo, all of those things that surround the match. Yes, there are many actions that take place, and one of the actions that we have introduced is to have a song that is heard when a goal is scored, and I suppose that's what this member is referring to. In any case, we will try then, well, Francesc Soler, we will try to improve this so that everyone will be happy. Mr. Margalef, number 49,297, says, when we return to the Nou Camp, the first row seating will be further away than we had the pitch in the past. How will they be somehow compensated? Well, Mr. Margalef, I thank you for your question, but I can tell you that I think for the last 2.5 years, I met with a group of members or delegate members that expressed this concern to us. These are the first rows. They were physically at the level of the second tier, but those disappear, and it's true. The stadium is larger, the distance is greater, but since the third tier, it used to be unequal, and now we have one that provides the same conditions for everyone. Well, that is the tier where we had the lowest number of season ticket holders, and in the Spotify Camp Nou, we will try to, once we've seen their real position, we will try to solve any problems that they may have. But I always say the same, and I repeat it once again. Mr. Centelles, he is in charge of Espai Barça. He always says that the third tier is the crown jewel, and he says that it's the best part of the stadium. And I would ask them for patience, because once we've done all the work, and I want to take advantage to say that we're going to have an office to help all of our members as we return definitively to the Camp Nou. We have to be patient and see what we're going to find at the third tier level, and if there is a problem that is unsurmountable, well, we'll find solutions. As I said before, in the first and second tier, those that have left, well, those seats go to those on the waiting list, and I'm sure we're going to be able to find a way to make the maximum number of members happy with their final destination in the arena, in the seating. Our next question has to do with the ice rink. Well, the ice rink is an issue that we are most behind in. It's not that easy, and you're right. We thought from the first moment of the ice rink when we closed it because of the impossibility of refurbishing the one that exists, and we have looked for solutions to be able to replace it. What I can say is that we reached an agreement with the University of Barcelona that this ice rink would be placed on the land of the university right above us, and we're looking for we're requesting a municipal license for this to be done, and that will become a reality in the near future. I think it's happening with a certain delay. Things aren't as easy as we would like, but we're going to have this ice rink It will be a temporary one until we can build it within the Espai Barça. And this closes the video conference questions since there are no more requests. And now we go to the third channel, which is those where those delegate members can. We have the delegates that are here present in the room. If they want to ask questions, they can raise their hands, and as you know, we will give them the floor. As we said previously, we will respond to them in groups of 5. Please, if you could give your name. Yes. Joan Lachen Vidal. I don't remember my number. Since 682 or something like that. My son has told me, most of all, Father, ask when we will be able to buy a graphic representation of Barcelona's banner. He loved it. Please tell me how this can be handled.
Hi ha alguna pregunta més en sala? Senyor Gaspar.
Joan Gaspar, soci.
Okay, Joan Gaspar, 960. This gentleman says his son. I say, my wife has told me, you must be really tired. And I said, yes, but I'm enjoying it immensely. And I'm saying this, I have to apologize because not everyone is enjoying this as I am. People may be tired of this assembly, I'm sure, but those of us that are here are enjoying it. At least I'm enjoying it. Now, I have 2 issues for Vice President Elena. One that I'm very relaxed about, 2 obsessions that I have, because the president has said it quite often, and he doesn't have to. He said, as long as I'm president, Barcelona will never become an SL, a limited company. And if for the next elections, if I'm still alive, I would ask those that want to present themselves when I disappear, when I am dead and gone, then the young people will make sure that this continues to be the case. But 133,000 members, 900 have participated today, and that, Elena, is something that we have to resolve. I believe that a club such as Barça, that's more than just a club, and that's really true. We have to fix the situation of the delegate members. We have had over 900, but we have to find a formula so that these 133,000 members that we, the delegate members, represent, well, we need to be more than 900. And I'm saying this, well, we'll leave to one side if these meetings should be telematic or not, but I want for there to be greater participation, more delegate members, for there to be more of a commitment, and this, according to the bylaws, well, I'm sure you have thought of this, but I'm going to put forward a possibility. The delegate members, the majority, not the senators, but there's a raffle, there's a draw to determine who are the delegate members. And you have to send a medical certificate if you cannot come to justify it, but we don't have replacements or proxies, and that would be an easy thing to do. If I am number 20,227, well, maybe 2,228 would be my substitute if I can't go because I'm traveling, because I don't feel like going, I'm sick, whatever. There should be an option. Now we have 3,000 and some delegate members, but there should be more people that are members that could participate. And if the 2,228 cannot come, well, then we'd go to the next one. But what we have to try to achieve in the new bylaws and changes of the bylaws, that the assemblies, whether they're telematic or if they're in person or both things at the same time, but we need to try to make it possible that if we don't reach the 3,000 mark, at least to be more than 900. because we've had that number participating here, but remember, we're representing 133 members, therefore I think 133,000 members, so I think that you should take that into account and to see if you could come up with a way in which we could bring about a greater representation. Let us begin now with our responses. The question from Mr. Joan Lagin, who is 826 is his number. I've memorized your number, 826. In reference to when we can get a graphic representation of the artist Miquel Barceló for what he painted for us for the 25th anniversary. Yes, at the end of this year, they will be available some lithographs, some prints, lithographic prints. The club will inform the date at which they can be purchased, but we expect this to be at the end of this year. Lithographic prints of his painting, of Barceló's painting. Good. You will be informed. You will be informed. You can tell your son that he has to wait a little bit, but it's not that far off. 991, President Joan Gaspar, former President Joan Gaspar, had two questions directly for Elena. Elena, if you could answer directly, please. Yes, President Gaspar, I have to tell you that I also enjoy being here. I think it's a fantastic exercise, and if we love Barça, being here and discussing and debating and talking is wonderful. I share with you the aspect of becoming a limited company, an SL here, and our commitment is indestructible. As concerns the Assembly, for some time now we have all understood that we have to change the way which our delegate members work. And this comes from our sporting aspects, and it says the number of delegate members, and we've always worked that way. But it is true that there is a very small representation. I think that the concept is very clear. And for statistic reasons, the number of members, well, we have to guarantee the representative of all ages, of all different genders, and the different people that make up the Barcelona family, the Barça family. And the participation in these delegate member assemblies, well, is lower than we would like. We have come up a few extra hundred representatives as compared to the in-person meetings. One of the challenges that we have in the bylaw and in the participative process that we've carried out is that 80% of those representatives should, well, go in the same direction that you're mentioning. The idea of having proxies or substitutes, well, that's not something that we have found a solution for in the participation. But I think the challenge that we have is to be more ambitious, and we have to perhaps give another dimension to these delegate members, and this working team that we have here in the club is trying to make it possible to represent all of the different ages, genders, and conditions of members in our clubs. To start, I would like to say that in the bylaws, we need to understand and to make it clear that being a delegate member is a duty of the members. Sometimes we talk about the rights, but there also have to be responsibilities. And it's very relevant for the participation of delegate members in their votes in assembly, because they are representing the owners of the company. I take note of what you have said, and we have a long conversation pending. And This needs to be done in an environment of a deep reform of our bylaws, and it's something that we need to do, and we hope to do it soon. In any case, I hope that the reform of our bylaws, the assembly of the bylaws, will be carried out as soon as possible. I know that you have much of it already prepared, and the Commission is working on it. But we shouldn't allow one more General Ordinary Assembly to go by without doing it. We have a great participation here if we consider the assemblies that we've had so far, both telematically and in person. But it is true, as we heard, that there are 4,331 people that are delegate members that represent a group of 133,000 members. And so what President Gaspard is saying is true, is absolutely right. And if we have not been able to close the reform of our bylaws, well, we need to activate some kind of a mechanism so that perhaps the Ombudsman can help us to promote the participation of our delegate members. Good afternoon, Jordi Llopart. I think I'm 1,120. But I know we're all tired, but I think it's very interesting and good. I just wanted to make a comment. This point that was brought up last year, it seems that there's an increase in the number of delegate members. But if we look at this over the top, we can see the 4,000 and some delegate members. For 70 years, I was never chosen to be a delegate member, and now I had 3 in a row where I was chosen. So we had 900 people registered, and so there are 800 people. 20% of those that could come have come. So what I mean is that it's not enough to increase the number. I was told, oh, you're going to have fun in this assembly because there's going to be problems, there's going to be a lot of conflict, there's opposition groups, but you can tell that it's the autumn, the fall, and I'm very grateful to the President for having such imagination. So the half of the names seem to be names from the hymn of our club. But in any case, this is a more serious problem. It's a degree of participation. I don't know if the Vice President mentioned, is that to a certain extent, the delegate members don't have that commitment. I don't want to be a martyr here, but I had surgery last week, and here I am. I'm 70 years old, and I've been waiting for this, and I know that in this specific point, I think it's good for us to think of other formulas, but the bottom line is that it's an issue of participation, not only to protect our rights, but also for us to meet our obligations. So this is something that we need to take into account, both those of you that are in the board as well as those that are in the opposition. Well, we have to keep this in mind. Today it seemed that it was going to be a difficult situation, and I said this is serious because it seems as if they were prepared for this. So I would like to congratulate Mr. Gaspard. This time he's been very positive, and I missed Minguella. I've seen him around. I said, "Where's Minguella? Minguella?" And he didn't say anything, but I saw him and I said, good thing, he's present. You know so much, you know a great deal. And without Gaspart and Minguella, it's not an assembly, so it's like a paella without prawns, without shrimp. Okay, perhaps I'm going on for too long, but thank you for all of your presentation. You have explained yourselves very clearly, and we've been here all day, so we apologize, but the gentleman is rambling, and it's a little bit difficult to follow him. So this is not the way it is. I am optimistic, but I value. Is he a friend of mine or not? Because otherwise he'll come down and to finish the work done by everyone, the board, and in general, we have to evaluate the courage that you've had. Gaspar talked about this. The figures that you found when you came, well, if I had found that, I would not have even tried. But please reconsider this. And thank you very much.
Bona tarda. Em dic Fernando Fort.
My name is Fernando Fort, and I am 331.
No volia parlar, però
I didn't want to speak, but all of a sudden, my mind said, no one ever talks about the museum.
jo considero
I consider that the museum, the current museum,
massa pantalla,
is too many screens and not enough
cosa material.
material things, physical things. I am crazy about collecting. I'm a collector. I have jerseys of the national team from Vietnam. Imagine that. I have all of the Barcelona jerseys from Meiba all the way to the present champions of Europe. All of the teams that have been with us, and I wouldn't want for the future museum to be just screens, screens, and more screens. And there should be a history of the jerseys that Barcelona has throughout its history, plus the trophies and old things, and not so many screens. That's all.
Digui-li amb el micro, sisplau.
I'm Julio Biguel. Here, not only are there delegate members, but we also have senators. And in proportion, there are fewer delegate members, so that everyone knows it means that a delegate member doesn't take this seriously. Thank you.
Gràcies. Si no hi ha ningú més, ja...
If there are no more questions, then we will answer these last three comments, considerations, questions. Okay, Elena, please. Mr. Llompart, what you have said, what was mentioned by President Gaspart, I agree completely, and the last intervention in that same direction, to find the way that will allow us to have the maximum participation, because, as I said before, we have rights, but we also have responsibilities, and as members and delegate members, we have to look for the best for the club. And soon we will begin to look at this reform of the bylaws to find the mechanisms to solve this issue. And the last comment from Mr. Fort, I agree totally with you about the museum. Mr. Llopart, your reflection. Let me repeat,
Cap problema. La seva reflexió la compartim?
We share your thoughts.
La seva reflexió, no, cap problema, torno a repetir, la seva reflexió que també ha fet el soci Buñuel.
Mr. Buñuel also mentioned the same thing. President Gaspar talked about this. We have to find what we need to do with delegate members to improve the situation, and to be a delegate member is a right, but it's also a duty, and we have to internalize that and make sure that they understand the responsibility with the club. I hope that with the reform of the bylaws, we will be able to find a mechanism that will improve this. I don't know if we'll be able to achieve it completely, but at least for it to improve. And Mr. Ford, I share completely with you the vision of what a museum should be. I think that at Barça, we always do very new things, and from a museum that initially was the objects, the items, more physical, we went to an experience, and that's why we call it the experience. So we've mixed both. I would like to highlight the fact that the museum of Barça it's the most important sports museum in the world. It's the number one or number two, I don't remember. We were number one, the museum most visited in Catalonia, and the third or fourth, depending on the year, the most visited museum in Spain. And when I'm talking about museums here, not any kind of museum, not just sports museum, but rather includes El Prado, Reina Sofia, Thyssen, and then Barça. So we are in the Champions League of cultural museums. And this has two parts, one part which is more historical and another that is more of experiences. We are working to, we have a smaller space, but the museum that we will return to, I can assure you that there is a commission of historical memory that will be working on this, and I can explain this. We have made sure that this museum, that will be a legacy that we leave, together with the stadium, it will explain to later generations of what it represents here in Catalonia, what it is, how it began, and what its values are. It will have all of these items and objects, but also the experiences. But let's not forget that we have made sure that it will be so. And this last response, just one last comment, if you allow me, Mr. Llopart, what you said about
que és un lliure pensador I diu el que pensa en tot moment. I evidentment no se pot condicionar.
We cannot condition anyone. You have given us a very illustrative presentation, even though there have been controversies with Mr. Legem, but I think that it has been quite valuable for all of us to hear this disparity of opinions.
Sant Cristo Gros és quan en una situació tu treus les forces fortes.
No, per això li dic que
hi ha gent preparada
dir-li que el
Javier Sala Martínez is a free spirit and he's a free thinker, an important person, I have said, and his opinion will have a great impact here. With one exception, Mr. Oliver said it, those that do accounting, that's also important. I don't want to get into controversy, but since you talked about the statue of Santo Cristo, well, okay, let's let it there. Let's leave it there. Now, before giving the floor to the President, in order for him to close the current assembly, I would like to thank all of the delegate members for making my job as secretary easy in the coordination of our General Assembly of the club. I would like to thank you because we have had an assembly that I think has been in order, with possibility of everyone to participate and give their opinion. Now I give the floor to the President for the closing of this assembly. Well, basically it's just words of gratitude to all of the workers of the club, the executives and managers that have participated and that have worked for the proper functioning of this General Ordinary Assembly of our delegate members. Thanks to all of you. I would also like to thank Focus for having prepared the scenario Aureo, and Aureo as our platform that has allowed us for doing the electronic voting, and Minsight from the Indra Group. Very grateful to both companies because they've made it possible for this General Ordinary Assembly to take place without any incidents. So it's not an easy thing because there's lots of technological aspects, a technical structure that is quite complicated, and your companies are capable of doing it with guarantees, and so I thank you for the work that you've done. Especially also to thank gratitude for someone that suffers in the assemblies, that is the person who's in charge of the office of attention to the member. Anna, there she is. Anna, thank you very much. Congratulations.
L'Anna ja té una dilatada experiència i a més
she has our timing has been perfect. Thank you, Giuseppe. You have really done a great job, thanks to the entire team that makes up part of the different departments that make this assembly possible, so that we can carry it out in a totally normal situation. And we have done a great exercise of the love for our Barcelona club. And now, well, apart from Vitor Roque being chosen the best ex-jugador of the match between Osasuna and Betis, I mean, he's one of our players, so it's good for him to score goals. We're very happy about that. Now, tonight, perhaps everything goes well, we will distance ourselves a bit from the next team if we win tomorrow as well. And I desire you the best. I hope that you have a great weekend of Barcelona football. We are at the door of one of those weeks that make us quiver with excitement, and Barça versus Sevilla, then Barça against Bayern Munich, and then we have a match at the Bernabeu Stadium, which will also be very interesting. So, thank you all. Long live Barça and long live Catalonia.